Hello. Audio test 1 2 1 2. You hearing me fine? I was going to switch you over to playing. We're doing a little test right now. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, we're good. That just took a moment to transition. Excellent. Hey there, Max. Cool, just want to make sure my audio is all good and everything. I've got a bit of a new setup. Right now I'm actually using some overlay stuff so I can read Twitch chat and change my stream on the fly. Sounds great, that's good, excellent. Okay, we'll be joining in with the session in a short moment. I will be throwing you onto... I have both background tracks, thank you for letting me know. Oh, that's my world music, I do apologise actually. Let me just fix that. There we go. Now you're good. Okay. Yes, I'm just running a quick few tests here. I've actually got a quick little bit of moderation stuff to do regarding Rosewood as well, so I'll be throwing you guys onto the BRB screen before we all switch on over to the world. But I do have a nice surprise for you guys. You may have noticed on the starting soon screen there was a whole big amount of text during that time, so I've done another voiceover for that one, which you'll be hearing soon. But I've just got to wait for the go-ahead to test something, and, well, then I'll see you guys soon. But I'm happy to talk for the meantime, if you'd like. How's your days been? They've been good? Your evenings, your weeks? Whatever you prefer. The voiceover, yay. Yeah, Rampa. And as well, you guys won't ever see this, but for me, I thought it was really cool. I've set up a overlay for my follows and raids and all of that, so they actually appear in front of my eye over here in 3D space and stuff, so very nice. It's all a lot smoother. I'm going to hope it runs okay with everyone in the world, but we've been optimizing the world, so fingers crossed. Day? Okay, except high temperatures, says Rampa. Well, you know, fair enough. It's been relatively hot around here too. We've had like a heat wave more recently. Actually, you know what? Let me just go ahead and switch to the intro Q&A while I talk. Oh, is it working? It is working. It just takes a moment. There you go. Wonderful. And we'll go ahead and disable avatar camera for the second as well. 30 degrees Celsius while cramming physics for tomorrow. That's quite hot. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But I guess I will look after a month of almost no sleep. Yeah, mate. Well, you know what? Once those exams are over, you can get all the sleep you need, you know. And that is Max sending over 500 bits. My God, dude. I have to wake up in a few hours, so sadly I have to leave soon. I hope you enjoy your stream and I'll see you again soon. Thank you so much for the bits, Max. I really appreciate it. You have a good sleep, man. And you have a good week, too. I'll be streaming more often coming into the next month when I've got something finished for those particular streams I'm going to be doing. So that's more or less what the wait is for, but I'll be streaming more regularly then. Cool. But great to see you, dude. Ramba saying, have to cram over nights because that is when it is not that hot. Yeah. You know, there is a thing where it's far too warm to do effective work. Like, I know I've been doing some voiceover recently, and my booth has been absolutely boiling during the heat wave we had in the UK, just because I've got no air ventilation or anything in there, so it's just gotten hotter and hotter over time. And it's like feeling like a boiled chicken, I suppose, just awful. But you know, it's we have to do what we have to do. Good night, Max. Some tries went into the spare exam period. Right, okay, let's see. Did Caslin get on? He did. I'm gonna send a request to him. We're also just going to turn up the audio slightly on my own end too. There we go. Alright, I'm going to put you guys back to the BRB screen for a little bit while we resolve some things. I do need to mute the audio in here though, so... Leaving you with the old music, I'm sorry guys. Oh wait, it's not in here. 1 second. I need to copy it in real quick. Alright, going back to the starting soon screen then. Alright. There we go, now I'm coming through. Hello. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, gonna have a bit more lag while people join in. My frames are gonna die horribly. So, welcome. I do apologise for the slow start to the stream. Had some bug fixing, some quick things to check out with the mod team. However, here I am. They're just going through mod meeting now. I am going to be hopping into that. After mod meeting, since I'll know everything that's being said, I will be then running my usual pre-lobby segment until session start. So, yeah, stick with me while we do things out of order this time. And hopefully frames are okay when we go outside. We're gonna see. I'm definitely feeling it.
Shadows should at least help.
We're gonna be turning off the shadows.
Need to look at all
you
this.
whacking people with a book. Just punch them like a normal person. See, look.
Okay, excellent. Alright, we're gonna hop down into here.
There's not one main religion that necessarily overpowers any other one.
Well, it was worth a try, Leo.
So I would say it's a stable one.
No,
Like
no
a
shot.
stable, like in between,
Yeah,
not
no
too
luck.
overtly strong, right? It's not like
Same
a-
issues.
I am completely nonplussed by this.
Yeah.
I haven't got the slightest inclination of what's happening.
Yeah, no idea. It's just gonna be a shit ton of testing, I suppose.
I was really hoping to be over that hurdle, to be honest.
Yeah.
it's like the most common one.
This would be a great time to pull out an tooltip and then pull out the inspector.
Oh god, yeah.
I mean, you know.
So Leo, how are your frames?
All of that, I had so many questions.
They're okay, not as good as I knew there'd be a bit of a hit just because of the way that things are patching at the moment, but it's not too bad. I did have a look around though, and yeah, fuck.
Hell yeah. I mean, that's the point, right? Like, that's how you get yourself up into the world and enjoy it more.
Usually they're pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Hopefully when everyone's split around, it should be a
Well,
bit
we knew it
better.
was gonna be. We knew it was gonna be a hit.
Question. So last week I saw some like map things that were like not in place. So just. So I tell
Oh
you.
god, I almost
Taylor.
unmuted
DM.
my team chat.
DM.
Sorry.
Telling us in
Ram
session.
says, by the way, no more Malik POV to watch at the
that's
same
fine.
time. Yes, I was watching 2 streams at the same time for most of season 2. Yeah, I think Caslin usually streams. I don't know if he's not back today due to his frames, though. He did mention earlier.
There are going to be some problems today. Specifically, we want to stay out of Bellicoses, Nellers, and
Kai's.
Kai's.
And Acteris.
And
Basically, it's the left side of the school. Fuck
Yes.
knows why.
Yeah. You'll also see some weird little occlusion bugs near some doorways inside the school. But like they're usually just brief flashes. They're not too horrendous. Aside from that,
I did start stream
the big
today,
plan for
Basic
today
Destroyer.
is,
Welcome. I am back.
Captain's meeting,
And so is hitting my cupboard, apparently.
Because no occlusion problems in there. And then about 10 to 15 minutes after that, we're going to do sorting. And then probably straight after sorting is going to be the meeting with the team captains you want to have, correct?
Certainly, yes. Myself and Octavian.
Yeah. So that'll be the team captains meeting, second team captains meeting of the day. And then after that, like a fair bit after that, after a bunch of RP, there is going to be the big event with Chrono showing up. And you can tell that event's going to be starting because the alarm is going to be sounding and everybody will be freaking out, and we'll get to see everybody just panic and see how that all rolls out. And then from there, the important thing to remember is as the students and professors are trying to figure out who will be going on the emergency mission, which will be next session, try to make sure that the seers, no matter which teams are decided to go, that they are on the mission, whether it's one of their teams are going or or even if none of their teams are going, that they are on the mission because they are one of their teams that we have. Other than that, any questions? No, cool. Cookie. If you are going to be doing any things with your magic circle that you had planned, you can probably just ask Taylor or Cacti to help you out, because the DM avatar does have the little magic circles things. In case you wanted to do anything with that, because I knew there was a couple characters you wanted to touch upon with that. And so
You should be able to run in there and grab the gem as well.
Yeah, I've already been in and everything seems fine. I can touch the gem. And
It seems it.
yeah.
Just wait till someone goes in there.
Player
the gem goes invisible, that's all.
Yeah, it'll do that to players too. That's the thing.
Okay.
So yeah, other than that, we have some stuff to go over the NPCs with. So I'll do that now. You can all get ready to go in. All right.
All right. Okay, let's get our pre-segment going, shall we? I also need to set my player speed back in the DM room as a temporary fix for something else. Right. Oh, we're gonna take this room. Okay, this is now our room. And let's go ahead and set ourselves up to the Q&A. I have a nice thing to show you guys. So, we're going to go ahead and have second tell here because I'll be switching off from this camera in just a moment. So, welcome to episode 21. A little bit out of sync here with the order of things. I'm afraid there was some stuff that needed to be tested ahead of time beforehand. But now that we are here, am I able to use the menu? No, not today. I'm using a temporary stopgap instead, so no shouting or whispering from Tel, unfortunately. Been working during the week to try and fix it, but yeah, still a problem. Otherwise, though, welcome to episode 21 of Rosewood Academy Season 2. This episode's title, I believe, is The Noble and the Devout, for reasons that shall become apparent once sorting starts today. That should be quite the event. But someone summoning rocks. But I am going to go ahead now and play for you the downtime recap. Now, it's not quite a video, but it is an audio drama, I'll say. A nice narration with some sound effects thrown in and music for this rather lengthy one, which will give you a recap on what Tel has been up to over the past night and really the previous day as well, since I did miss that session. So yeah, hope you guys like it as much as I enjoyed recording it. I'll be switching you over to the starting soon screen. And we will be muting the tavern music. Okay, and let's go ahead and mute our player here. And now, the final stab. Sorry, I need to open the sound file. I should have thought about that ahead of time. But it's fine, we've got this. Okay. Ready? Tel'Kahras. Okay, wait just a moment. Let me sync you guys up with the text readout. Okay. Put that on the other screen. And we'll increase the volume for you guys. 3, 2, 1. Tel'Kahras spent much of his downtime alone, recovering from the previous day's more substantial wave of fatigue than usual. He would spend much of his time studying the School of Light Magic within the library. He hadn't made significant progress in his magical capabilities despite words of guidance he'd heard from several professors at the academy. He understood that to create illusions required a strong knowledge and image of what one wished to create. Yet he had failed to create even the smallest of living creatures accurately. Perhaps his mistakes laid in the fundamentals. Devoting himself to understanding the concept of the magic he was so strongly aligned to, he would spend hours trying to understand detailed passages that amounted to nothing for his own development. However, there were several chapters on what actions, emotions, and personality traits encapsulated a strong connection to the domain of light.
And he found himself understanding that whilst he certainly encapsulated some elements of the domain with fervour, others were trapped in a prison of doubt, mistrust, and a lack of confidence. In recent weeks, he'd found himself hardly to be free-spirited. Instead, he felt chained to his responsibilities as a leader and his condition. There never seemed to be enough time in the day to achieve everything he wanted. But perhaps that was where the issue lay. No matter how much he'd try to sleep, he would rarely feel as if he'd rested at all. So why not make use of this wasted time each night to instead achieve more? And so, that evening, traveling back to his dorm, he would first discuss with his team the matter of handing out invitations to the new and old unsorted students, one of which he hadn't even met yet. But his teammates' opinions seemed to speak highly enough. As for their last resort, well, at the very least it would prove entertaining. With discussions finished, Tel'Kahras would inform his team not to expect him within the dorm in the morning. Yet he assured them he'd see them in the usual spot come the time of announcements. Brewing the last of the chamomile leaves that Professor Bombadil had given him moons ago,
Sorry, guys.
he would leave the dorm and head to a place overlooking.
Okay, give me a sec. God damn it, nothing can go to plan today, can it? We're going to be muting our sounds. For fuck's sake. We'll be going back 10 seconds as well. I apologise for the interruption. At the end of the session, I'll also play it again, so there's a nice clean recording, and I will also include a version of it in the in my Discord for you to listen to at your leisure.
Brewing the last of the chamomile leaves that Professor Bombadil had given him moons ago, he would leave the dorm and head to a place overlooking the academy and dorms that he hadn't visited in months. As he sat against the rocks, he would find himself feeling a familiar sense of freedom he hadn't felt since he struggled to find a roof, street, or barrel to sleep in back within the desert markets of Solaris. Without the fear of being downtrodden on the streets or assaulted in his sleep, Tel'Kahras could find an odd sense of peace in the basic freedom he'd found in nature away from the academy's walls. Perhaps it was the lack of birdsong, or birds in general for that matter, that helped contribute to this feeling. Regardless, he had a reason for coming to this place of quiet. Tel'Kahras would close his eyes, placing his hands together as he'd imagine the Drozan sun. Its blistering heat, a cruel yet fondly remembered reminder that every night, no matter how unbearably cold, would be adorned with warmth come the morning. He'd smile softly, remembering that warmth, and at that moment, he knew what to do. He expelled his mana outwards and focused on the strength of that memory. A scorching heat would catch Tel'Kahras off guard as his eyes would open to see a sweltering orb of rays of light. Warm sands emanating from the center before evaporating outwards, disappearing as quickly as they would form. This show of falsity from the illusory construct he had created quickly dispelled the blistering heat he had felt against his wrists, as he realized what he was forming was not real, and in fact, a visual representation of a memory he once held dear. The same could not be said for the markings appearing over his arms. The sigils glowing a bright orange, much the same as those underneath his eyes, as pulsating mana ran over his fingers. Perhaps a sign of resonance that he'd read about in his studies. This was it. Finally, he'd achieved something after all this time. Refusing to lose focus, Tel'Kahras would endure the draining sensation against his mana reserves until forming this memory was something he could do on command. He never felt in tune with his own mana before until now, merely acting out of instinct beforehand. This was different, a new path for him to finally tread. A grin would appear on his face as his vision would blur and his body gave in to the dwindling subsidies of mana remaining, telling him to rest. He'd mutter, "Finally, progress," before falling unconscious as his head hit the ground beneath him. His last sight was that of flickering motes of light evaporating into the night fog surrounding him.
And there you go. Sorry for the interruption halfway through that, guys. That was such a pain. But that's what happens when you're off on schedule. Okay, well, let's go back to the usual, shall we? Oh dear, we're all out of sync today. It's fine, though. Nothing to worry about. Okay, right. Get our audio back and running. And let's go ahead and disable the stream camera. There, now we're fine. Great, that was great. Thank you, Rampa, thank you. Yeah, it's a shame it was interrupted, but, you know, it happens. Oh. I think my sound's off.
Fuck you, Mir.
I have no idea. Sorry, guys, I'm all over the place now. I've been thrown off.
Yep. Oh, I should go down to staff. No.
Okay, here we go. Well, I'm gonna have some fun editing. Need more voiceovers, Rampa says. Yeah, let's set up our full body quickly.
Yep.
Whoa. Oh, that mirror's causing some pain.
So fucking lucky. There's one thing I want to do. Oh, yeah.
And calibrate. And today, as you may have heard in the voiceover, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to start somewhere else. That's a follow coming from Basic Destroyer. Oh, Basic Destroyer, thank you very much. Thank you for the follow. Right. I am going to head to the dorms. That's the quickest way to where I need to start at. And we're going to go up a rock face where we passed on out. I would gulp that down if it was no tomorrow. Imagine the whole story of Tell as an audiobook. Yeah, you know, I wish. If I had the time, I'm actually doing some book-based recording at the moment, and boy, it takes some time, but it's fun. Okay, this is a bad place to start from, but that's fine. Oh god, it has spooky audio. Ignore that. Is there somewhere that isn't happening? Yeah, here, okay. I wanted to go somewhere else, we'll go up here. So there's a few things going on at the moment. Sure, he will do. So, but my controller's gone. Okay. We will be starting the session here. Why am I losing my tracking? Weird. Yeah, we'll be starting our session here. At least it isn't boss music. True. Just spooky red filter. I wonder what's happening there. We'll find out. Okay, and I'm going to do a quick transition for myself. I don't think we're live now, are we?
Oh, hello.
Hey, just double checking. We didn't go live yet. Did we have to mute ward sounds for a sec?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay. Great, thanks. Okay, we are in a bit of a speed run now, guys, so one moment. Transition screen and the playing screen. Okay, that gives me a marking. And we're going to start. In case you're wondering, the rest roll was a 7, by the way, for today. So we'll be going tired eyes. Need to make sure I was muted. Ugh. Oh, it's morning. Tell, passing out on rocks this time, are we? Well, it wasn't a dream then, was it? You can still do it if you focus, right? Just focus, Tell. Imagine the sun of Drozan, the heat once more. That drains. Ugh. Well, progress at last. Everything aches a bit. Oh well, we're used to that. We should go see how the dorm's doing. How did I get up here again?
Why are they?
They don't need to see me. Although the fog was thick in there, wasn't it? Well, hopefully they're still there. May as well be quick. Oh, come on, Tel, just get the coffee for the morning. It'll wake you up. Enough, surely. Oh, good morning. Oh, I missed everyone, didn't I? Well, damn it. Surely there was some tea left, right?
Jackson checking to see if the signal is working.
Oh, I should respond to that. Your signal's loud and clear, Jackson.
Make sure our teams get enough today, we might need the energy.
They might need the energy? What does he mean? Well, that'll do it. Broken cup. Professor Tel'Kahras, I've been meaning to speak to her. Perhaps now would be a good time, but first my team. It's important after all. Need to make sure Val sent out that invite. Cecilia, not Stella anymore, is it? Right. We'll save those interactions for later.
Always, Captain?
Ugh.
I can tell why.
Oh, Nora, excellent.
Anything new?
No.
Not much.
Good morning.
Nonsense.
Pagan spoons.
Morning.
Good morning, Tel. I'm glad to see you out.
Yes, yes.
Good morning, Captain.
Good morning.
And school. Okay, that's yes. Yep. Get out. Get out of there. Get out. Get out of the ground. You're on the ground.
I'm sorry, sometimes my feet do that.
Trying to save you. The earth is eating you. It happens all the time. Keeping an eye on everyone.
I assume you're headed for breakfast?
Yes, I had hoped to stop by the dorm actually and catch you all in the morning, but seems you're already one step ahead of me.
I spent my night in the library.
Ah.
I do apologize.
It's fine, I spent mine on the rocks. Seems we both chose odd sleeping spots.
I mean, there's pillows in the library. It's a little more comfortable.
Nature was a good reminder of where I came from, though, so can't complain. Especially with what I learned. Well, anyways, I guess I'll be off to the mess hall. Well, I'll happily show you later, alongside everyone else, I suppose. Right.
Sure.
I think teleporters sound good. My body's still aching. And if I may ask...
You've seen the others today, or not?
No, afraid not. You're the first of my team I've seen, so... Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Is it just me, or has the sun seemed a little less bright recently? It's doing wonders for my eyes.
Ah, you're not caught up, have you?
Oh, no.
I'll fill you
Mornings
in
are a
a
little
bit.
bit
Let's have some breakfast
darker.
Right. The world's not ending or anything, is it? I mean, aside from the rift beasts.
It already was.
Ah. Well, it can't get any worse.
He apparently might have
Don't say that.
taught that to a cow.
True, it always could. Wait, I shouldn't say that either.
I'm not sure.
It seems oddly quiet today, at least this morning. Usually the mess hall's busy. I thought that was earlier for a moment. It's always Abby. Right, gotta remember that. I thought we'd been spared a horrid fate.
Excuse me.
Spared a word fate. From what?
Yeah?
I'm just
Sorry.
wondering how things will turn out, that's all.
Good morning.
Nice. Good morning.
Good morning, Avi. Oh.
Morning.
Not this now, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I figured I got here.
Oh, you carry that?
So,
Drink.
There a reason?
Actually, could you grab me some tea, please? It's up there.
Oh, of course. That's not tea. Oh,
Ah. It's the middle one.
the middle,
I
I see.
apologize. Thank you.
Great. There you go.
Yep, thank you.
Abby, good morning.
You threw away your food too.
Where has it gone? Oh no.
You kind of threw it away by accident.
It's alright, second helpings. You saw nothing, Abby.
Good morning to you too.
Good morning. It's one of those days.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Where?
So,
I don't blame you. It's a big day today.
I'm assuming whatever's going on has something to do with why it's dimmer around here and all the grass looks a
Very
little bit
much.
dead, right?
Yeah, it's a little more than that. The trees are deceased looking. And then the ground is turning black. And so the
And
rocks.
There's no
At least the
bird
moss on
song.
them. True.
One positive,
No
right?
birds. Not really.
No. Just trying to make light of it. Well,
There's not much to make light of, sadly.
I see.
Val informed me 2 days ago. I'm surprised he hasn't informed you. There might be a possibility of a rift opening up beneath the school.
Wait, what?
Hell. Sorry.
Zuko,
Sorry.
not right now, Zuko, sorry. Very pressing.
The water.
What?
Did you make sure
Don't
that
drink
it
it.
was...
Only drink
Don't
the
drink the
water
water.
out of the...
Okay, don't
You
drink
can
the
drink
water.
the water out of the
beneath
barrels,
school.
which is supplied to us.
Everything's done. I see why there's such a problem now. How did I miss all of this? I was sleeping on the rocks yesterday. I just thought the grass looked a little dead.
I wouldn't sleep on those rocks. They might be poison too.
I was going to say, yes, be careful where you sleep.
Okay.
But you seem to be faring well today.
Everything's
Did you
great.
check the barrels too?
Just another tell. I don't know if you
I've
should
just
drink
been
that.
alerted to the fact that the upper floor water in the bath has also been afflicted with a strange discoloration.
It's in a very
Yeah, the water's not good. You can drink anything except the water.
Just not water.
For now.
We don't know that.
Yeah,
Might
we're
be
just
best
figuring the
checking the
problem
beer
out.
barrels as well. See if they've distilled at all. Yes.
Is
Ram,
the
what
tea
can I do for
fine?
you?
Because it's been boiled.
Looking
I drank some this morning.
I'm looking for him. Thank you kindly. Do you know where I can find him?
He's on the other side of the little garden over here, sir.
Marvelous. I will go forthwith. Thank you, Ram.
I take it back, Anura. It can get worse.
What did I say?
Good morning, Ram.
Good morning.
It's fine.
Well, that
I'm
makes
not really hungry. Do you want it?
I need the strength right now, I think. Although you should eat. Very important to savor every meal we can get.
I'll be fine.
Good morning.
You feel sure?
Everybody seems to be stressed today, huh?
Hi there, Professor Bombadil.
Oh,
He was just
right. Wait, didn't that have water as part of the...
Thanks, Murtash.
Oh, shh.
It's been boiled.
Okay.
It might be fine.
That's fine.
Okay. I just spent the better part of 7 months building up trust of the food here, and now you're telling me I can't trust anything.
Well, don't do it for fun.
Listen.
Not trust anything, just not the water.
Not
Okay,
the water.
listen. Okay.
Or the
As long
barrels.
as it's done by Nimadari, everything should be fine.
We hope.
Right.
Now, Brewing.
Because
you
the
can-
Badari don't ever do anything against us.
Fast enough, I can bring you to the place where we saw the weirdness.
No worries, I can bring him there.
Alright. Well, I'll allow Nora to do the honors then. Ugh.
Are you done with your food?
Yes, I think that'll do it.
Let's depart then before the meeting starts.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll come along as well. I want to.
Alright. Probably good to
Well,
travel
maybe
as
could
a
have
group
gotten
of three,
worse
right? In a time of danger.
Yep.
Hmm.
Just make sure if you drink something, you drink alcohol. Just don't overdo it. I know you tend to get drunk quite
Professor
easily.
Nella literally just stated that we have to check the beer barrels to be sure. We are not sure.
Not sure of
Maybe
anything.
the old
it would
wine
seem.
bottles that have been sealed for a while.
Really
At
could
this
have,
point, some of those might be vinegar, so who knows?
really could have chosen a worse time to get fatigued, couldn't you tell? Everything has to happen when you're not there. Oh well.
All of a sudden, Caleb started telling me that there was something wrong. That like the ground was dark.
Yes.
Right.
I thought it was just shadows, to be honest. But then, like, we went
No.
there, and yeah, no, the ground was dark.
Have you taken a look at the trees?
Yeah, we have. That's what I'm saying. Then afterwards, I noticed the trees and everything, and that's when everything clicked. It's like, oh,
Hmm.
you know. I'd say let's have a bit of a jog there.
There's multiple spots.
Multiple. Oh, great. So it's concentrated areas that this is happening in.
It's concentrated areas, and the water is tainted.
Is there some sort of pattern? Ah,
But also the trees. One prime example. The veins.
yeah, but why? Why are there veins and...
We have no idea. Who knows?
It doesn't smell good either.
It probably doesn't smell great. So you probably shouldn't smell it.
Yes.
It is what it is.
What is
Fine.
happening?
Well,
Seems like some kind of ether
Something of
tech.
corruption,
Not
likely.
ether tech. Aetherite.
Gaia is
Aetherite
pissed.
corrupt- I don't think it's Gaia.
No, she'd never do that.
Well,
surely.
based on what Nella said,
if this was Gaia, she would be sick.
the problem, is
Which
that
doesn't spell
it might
anything
have
good
something
either.
to do with the aetherite crystals.
down in the mines. Remember? Place
Right.
where we fought the rats.
The sewers, yes. Aetherite can have this effect
when my
on...
people don't like aetherite.
Well, it is weird that it happens so suddenly.
It could have been building up
Somebody
over time,
put
and now we're just noticing as it bubbles to the surface.
Well, one
We
thing's
don't
for
know how
sure, if
long
we
it's
go
been
down
here.
there and we see more crystals, that's when we have to start getting worried.
Right. Well, I suppose we should be glad it hasn't affected the farm yet, right? It hasn't affected the farm, has it? Val?
It likely has.
Ugh.
I think it's gotten worse.
Oh,
That has definitely gotten worse.
that doesn't look right.
That is really not right.
Good morning, Val.
Good morning.
It's a lovely morning, isn't it?
Feel awake.
I wouldn't get too close.
Right.
You never know what it could have.
Well, I'm sure we know what it does to living matter. I can collect a sample or two.
Might as well. I don't think it could
if you want,
affect
I can show you
that.
the cliff. Hey, doesn't it?
Theoretically, it couldn't, but I don't really
Just
want
in
to risk
case.
it. The backup arm.
It's worse.
It's starting to affect all around. This is way too quick.
This
there
is
you go.
Thick fog.
Thick fog, heavy hair.
At least it's not dreadworms. Oh, it couldn't be dreadworms,
Let's
could
check
it?
the water.
We dealt with that
No, I
problem,
don't
didn't
think
we?
so. You'd be coughing. If it was
You do
dreadworms, you would be
remember-
coughing.
Yes, you do remember that with the dreadworms, while there was gas, nature was still perfectly fine.
Right.
I mean, the scariest
Most
part
likely
is
has
the
to do
water.
with the object under the school. Or
The,
perhaps something else.
The potential rift.
I don't know why you're whispering. There's no
Is
one
it,
else
is it
here
public
who
knowledge? Everyone
doesn't
knows?
know.
Alright. Okay. One good day, Turl. That's all you want.
Miss
See, that's
Bellicoso.
a lot worse than it
Oh.
was 2 days ago.
It wasn't here 2 days ago.
This wasn't.
It was slightly discolored, but not to that extent.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought it was in the rivers. Not here.
looks like poison.
Professor Tel'Kahras and Bellicoso are on the other side. Maybe they know something more.
I took a
Perhaps.
sample of it the other day, actually, for Bombadil. There's nothing in that.
Hmm. Ah. That's weird.
Yes, literal nothing in lake water, I know.
But it was still like that.
Yes. I mean, there might be traces of clay and such, but no living organism.
Right.
You didn't
No
see any
bacteria.
fish now, did you?
No.
I don't
No
think there were ever any fish in there.
There were a
No,
couple.
not that I know.
Were there?
Really?
I've never seen any.
I saw a fish in there once, I swear it.
You sure it wasn't Eco?
Maybe
guess I
some
never really
bird dropped its
noticed that.
prey.
That's actually
Oh,
my
yeah.
exact same thought.
Is Ego not a fish?
I mean,
He wasn't Ego.
I don't know what he
still.
is.
Kind of. As far as I know, he's a Tirka, though.
Is that racially
Yeah,
insensitive?
that's all I really know.
Probably.
Who cares?
Good morning, Rowan.
Morning. It's starting a lot worse, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I'm
Yes,
sure it'll be
very.
fine.
careful
Let's
how
continue
much
the
of
other
area you
direction.
shoot. I don't think this is.
Hi there.
Pleasure to meet
Rowan,
you.
was
I'm
it?
Rowan.
Pleasure. Tel'Kahras.
Yes.
I'll
Tel'Kahras.
start to hit.
I've
You're the
heard pleasant
captain,
things
yes?
about you.
Yes, he is.
Well, that's good to hear. Perhaps not here. It's a lot
Perhaps the training ground. I did want to get some training in this morning.
Right.
Okay.
Of course. Mind if I accompany, or are you busy?
Of course.
No worries.
Well, may as well see what he's made of.
Right.
Although,
I'm
there are
assuming
certainly
flesh
other
and
matters.
bone. Unlike most of us. Well, some of us. Mainly me.
Kingsley
I'd
must
also
not
like
be...
to talk to you for a second.
Right.
He's not doing great. You were asleep when it happened, but... Chancellor Malak. Is everything alright? Things have gotten way worse.
They have gotten way worse.
The waterfall has also been painted.
Purple like
Yes,
poison.
it almost looks like it has been mixed with blood. Shit, alright.
Well, at least he's on
Ask me
it.
now.
You were saying?
Yes, you were when you were asleep. Kingsley took down all the posters, so I'm not surprised if you wouldn't know, but his clan was found in a not so good state, let's just say.
Dead,
So he may not be
halved
in a
in
very
numbers?
good mindset. No. Sickly dead. Possibly Devout. Who knows?
Right.
Yes.
Then I suppose it's imperative we try to keep Kingsley's spirits up, considering nature seems to literally be dying here. And his clan have perished.
Now with nobody else here. Yeah. Kind of a private moment on this fucking campus.
No.
Aside from that one. Remember my affliction I told you about a while ago?
Yes.
Yes.
Did something happen?
That's, Yes, it did.
Right.
I was having visions, and funnily enough, so were the other seer throughout today, including myself. Let me just tell you, it wasn't very pleasant.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Lovely day, isn't it?
It's been a lovely past couple days.
Well, it's not good to hear.
It's not. And Kingsley might still be upset with me.
And Kingsley's upset with you.
Good morning.
Might I inquire as to why?
Just a lap of judgment is all.
Oh my god, this is so bad.
I see.
Good morning.
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 It's gotten way worse over there. I wouldn't advise touching the water.
Alright.
It's like blood. It's gross.
It's definitely not water
Blood?
anymore.
Not touching the plants either. Good morning, Professor Skyat.
Morning, Professor.
Good morning. Take this. Bombadil's going to need it. Tell him it's very important that he refill it for me. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay.
Well,
So, if I request fan Bombadil's in, I guess.
I suppose so.
because that decrepit old man couldn't make my morning any worse.
Decrepit old man? What has happened?
Bombadil.
Why is he a decrepit old man now? Exactly.
Sorry, I'm just in a bad mood.
Right. Right.
It's also very symbolic, you know? It crosses from one side to the other.
Well,
it's like a
hopefully
transition.
we're all able to raise our spirits a bit with new arrivals, whoever they may be.
It's like the perfect beer.
Weren't you afraid of him not seeing you as a teammate?
Good morning.
Morning.
Let's ask them if they've seen a Bombadil.
Right.
Tau. Has any of you seen Bombadil around?
No, but Skyette's been looking for him as well.
Yes, we know.
She's dropped that test.
She gave us a bottle that he needs to refill. Well,
if I do see him, I'll let him know that you both needed him.
Right.
Thank you.
Wonder if his classroom's unlocked. Perhaps we could leave it on his desk and just spread the message?
Maybe.
We'll see if we can find him first.
See you at campus meeting.
Of course. See you there.
See you there.
If you can't get them on, actually, no teamwork. You can have the best experience and be the best fighter in the world. If you're batting heads with your team, you're the worst. You're the weakest link.
Everyone bats their heads from time to time.
It's only
Precisely.
I saw some of the other teachers running outside the walls.
Luca wants us
Bombadil
all
might be there.
So, probably there.
Hi, Tal.
Morning, you two.
You've been out to sleep recently.
Morning.
You've been away for a bit.
Well, I've been trying. That counts, right? Right. Although, yes, I've been trying.
Okay. Well, at least you... Oh. You okay, Nora?
Yes, I'm fine. I was just going to ask if any of you seen Bombadil around.
In his office. We're also waiting
Medical
for him.
Bay in his classroom's office.
His office.
His classroom. You kind of look like you are... Yeah, you kind of look like you have lost faith in all... I wanted to say humanity, but that would not count for most. You know what I mean.
You did, son. You did, son.
Knock, knock.
Should we have said that they're talking with Never?
Professor Bombadil!
No, I think we can figure it out. You know?
I mean, so we have very limited test subjects. So now we need to make sure that we're making the best he likes getting interrupted constantly.
I think I've proven that we've gotten ourselves a
would
in a week.
They're rather loud in there, aren't they?
Long-term sustained effect. Are they long-term and sustained, or not? And do
Hello?
Hello!
Professor Mordred, if you could pass
Professor
this...
Skyette was asking for this to be filled.
Yes, from Bombadil.
With what,
She
may
thought
I
it
ask?
was very important from Bombadil.
Very important from Bombadil. Alright. I'll
Yes,
be
Professor
sure to...
Skyette.
Skyette. What? What?
All right. Whatever is happening in there, I want no part in it.
If they keep stabbing the door, couldn't we
Do you not understand what I meant earlier?
stay, wait around? Or...
I believe so. Anura, you're still rather loud, by the way.
Sorry.
It's all right.
And the men, do we grab them?
I mean,
the gods know.
Whoever fucking, like, it's not
I think we should just go to the arena and forget about whatever's happening in there. And forget about the academy dying and let's continue as normal, see what's happening with
Take
Rowan.
the first boat somewhere else.
Yes. Ugh. The fuck was happening in there, guys?
Yes, of course you do. Yeah, it's in your blood. It's what I said. Come here. Let's see.
They're over there. They're coming this way.
Right. Oh, I'd heard a small spittle about a infusion ritual or something you'd all been learning.
Yes. It's a way to make your weapons magical. Without, really casting.
Got it. Something to ask Tel'Kahras then, I suppose. You can catch me up to speed. Right. Well, everyone is here. Kingsley, good to see you.
Hi.
Good morning.
I like the hair. Looks good.
Morning. Thanks. Cut it this morning.
Right. Well, you've done an excellent job.
Professor Bombadil.
Very sharp.
Good morning.
Morning. Again. Oh, never mind.
Professor.
Are you alright, sir?
Well, I'm sure you've noticed.
Yes.
Those plans have spread more, so had a quick excursion outside the bay and see how far it went. Right now, as far as we're aware, every water source except the ocean is currently red.
So, boiling seawater it is.
More beer, water, and more alcohol.
More beer.
Could be worse.
Professor Niller asked us to check the vats as well.
Well.
Will inform me as we learn more, but right now we're just trying to figure out how far it goes. And continue your conversation.
Very well. Professor.
Yes.
If I could potentially borrow a moment of your time later, I'd heard rumors of a ritualistic spell for enchanting a weapon. Unfortunately, I wasn't present, but
Yes.
I wouldn't mind seeing what it was about, per se.
Nah. Well, we can go over the lesson. I believe I still have the runes written down somewhere in my classroom.
Right. Very well. Thank you, Professor.
Right. I'll go receive it at some point. And bring it to you.
Right. Well, first of all, welcome, Rowan. Of course, we're Team Lumen. I'm sure you've met the others. They have spoken highly of you.
I've met them a bit, yes. Thank you for the invite. I appreciate it.
Right.
I'm sure you had lots of them. Thank you for choosing us.
If you don't mind me asking, who was the other one you invited?
Well, we sent out a few invitations, but we'll see what it comes down to.
Yeah. Not 100% sure who's actually coming. Are we training? I was just training.
Right.
Also, there's less headaches over here. So,
Yeah.
good place to talk.
It is. Where I can always find you as well, it seems. Well, Rowan?
Apologies for keeping on top of training.
No, I wasn't saying it was a bad thing, Val. Well...
For sarcasm.
Alright. Rowan, since I haven't seen what you can do, now would be an apt time to show me, since we've extended an invite to you.
Of course.
Look at those skills of yours.
So,
feel free to step into one of the sparring areas.
Yes, perhaps a good idea.
Sure. Are we fine to cast magic? Is that where the teacher present, or?
I believe as long
I
as
literally casted 2 spells in front of you. I'm sure it's fine.
Oh, alright. I'm just checking. So, I'm
As long as you're not prone
training
to backlash.
currently.
It should be fine.
And there it is.
Well, Rowan, I apologize. I have duties to tend to.
Of course.
Don't worry about it. We can
As a
discuss it
captain, this
after
happens.
sorting.
Well,
If you want, we could just kind of like speed through it.
I'm sure I'll get to see what he's made of.
Sure.
You know, for example, I have to find out about toxic water by myself. You know, and then maybe I'll serve toxic water to a student. Then, oh, villager guy, why? Oh, hey.
Did you just say you'll serve toxic water to a student?
No, you came in mid-sentence.
Right.
Okay, there's an explanation.
Okay, as
Okay,
long as you
let me
don't
get out of
do
your
it,
way. Sorry.
it's fine. Thank you.
No, I mean, there was
Please
an
don't
explanation.
I've got
poison
my
us. We
eye
don't
on
take
you.
kindly.
The last thing I want to worry about is the villagers poisoning us.
What?
They're here.
I would hope not.
I don't think
Why
they're
are
still
they
taking
talking
a hole.
about that again?
We stop.
Once again, the woman shows up
We're
late.
talking. I was telling
My
you.
apologies.
Into my office.
Anybody heard
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
full of blood at the moment. Sir, you okay?
Everything okay, sir?
It's in.
It's wide. We had a very hefty party.
Just gonna turn down my music volume a little bit.
Alright, team captains. As you all know, there is something plaguing our island. We are as of yet unknowing what this could be, although we do have some theories. However, until such theories get more evidence one way or the other, we ask you not to panic. However, in case things do go wrong and the worst should happen, the ship is ready to leave.
We're considering leaving. Awful.
The important thing happening today, however, despite our little problem with the grass and trees, is sorting. Now,
He seems
in 10
unwell.
minutes, I need all teams to be outside of their dorms waiting. I will be gathering the unsorted as well by near the mana tree in the center. And then we will continue sorting. Now, team captains especially, after sorting, there will be an event bell specifically for you. Mr. Neller and Professor Octavian wish to speak to team captains on future lessons.
Right. Future
Is there
lessons.
any questions?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Where would you like captains when that time comes?
Just another.
I believe we should go to somewhere where we can be sure that we won't be interrupted. I would suggest the Teacher's Lounge for this particular occasion, just as a one-off.
And Teacher's
No
Lounge.
further question.
If there is no further questions, you are dismissed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Irene,
There
let's
are
go
plenty
tell
of windows out of the lounge. It'll be easy to see if anyone's looking in. Of course.
Oh,
This might be a difficult conversation.
Professor Cadwell, we have some quite remarkable news on behalf of our happy colleague here.
I'm not sure. I would figure he'd be safe to.
There you are.
To not.
yes.
You're right.
Fine. Just dwindling faith, that's all. If we perhaps rush on over to the arena,
Straight there.
could grab the
them.
others.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Actually, there will be no debriefing because we have to go to the door.
Precisely. My right hand is not working
They
for teleports.
are not here anymore.
Oh,
Isn't
wonderful.
that convenient?
There is no such thing as convenience today, is there? Well,
Hasn't been there for the past 3 days.
no. I suppose we should try near the library.
Library could be too.
It's our usual spot,
Let's do
isn't
that
it?
actually. Makes more sense. Hello, Aqua.
Oh.
Anybody in here? No? Ah,
There we go.
A bit of light humor.
We have to meet in
That's
front of the
like
dorms.
humor?
Sorting will happen in
Yes.
about 10 to 8 minutes. Let's go.
The fuck?
as Anora said. There is no further news aside from to keep you calm. There is no need to panic. Should we need to leave the academy in the event that things do spiral out of control, the boat is prepared. And things are being looked into. Otherwise, I will be having a meeting later with some important information that I will surely discuss with you all, whatever that may be. That's all.
Yes.
Right.
Alright. But for the sorting, we must head to our dorms. Let's go there before we get through
Anything
that.
for me then, or?
Well,
Likely, yes.
You'll have to
We are
wait in the
supposed to be
dorms
meeting
area
near
for
the
sorting.
tree in the middle.
yes.
Of course.
Sorry
Unless you
to
don't wanna
rush
get
you about,
sorted into
Rowan.
the team.
No, you're good.
Oh, you're already
Busy-
heading
busy
to our
time.
meeting spot, aren't you?
What do you think
Yeah.
of the tour so far,
Because
Rowan?
I am.
How do you rate it?
Wait, what? Sorry?
How do you rate the tour so far?
Well, I've been to twice the places
2 out of
my
10.
last tour.
Not enough jokes.
I would say,
Well, I just
honestly,
did a whole
the jokes
joke
I've
about
heard-
Palfandor invasion speeds.
Yeah,
That was a
that's
quite
shit
funny.
one.
This leaves
Maybe
fine.
too many jokes.
Never mind.
You're right.
Fine. Just sampling the local vegetation.
Don't.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Well, She's certainly got one on her. Can't blame her, though.
Let's wait for the others.
Yes.
There we are.
Well, come along. We may as well discuss near the tree while we wait.
He's gonna be so lost in a bit.
How are you,
I shouldn't backwards.
settling in with the teleporters?
Kingsley.
Hmm?
I heard what happened, and you have my sincerest regrets and apologies that it did. I'm sorry.
Currently it happens, and let's move on.
I'm afraid I can't whisper at the moment, so...
I mean, mainly, get used to it, don't you worry.
It doesn't make you feel like vomiting, so that's it.
Well, have you been holding in your breath or exhaling?
It was gonna happen. I don't
holding it
expect
in,
to happen,
like a
but
deep breath in. Okay.
I'm just trying to move on.
That's good. Exhaling may cause your
no,
sides to...
I've
Never
been
mind.
freed from...
I'm sorry, what?
Not freed, but...
Rowan, if you carry on, sorry.
Okay,
private
sorry.
discussion. Of
Sorry.
course, it's fine. Well,
Even though my you know, they're all gone. Even though they're all gone, I'm not really restricted by the code anymore. But I'll still probably abide by it. But I am slowly trying to move on and
well,
go on my life. Hence the, haircut.
of course, I like it. But if
Don't
I might
normally-
say,
don't normally
Kingsley,
cut your hair when you're in there.
never try to let go of the past too soon. For me, I never really got the chance until recently, so in my personal opinion, memories are something you should fondly treasure. So, moving on too quickly might do you more harm than good. But I understand how you feel. At least,
Sadly,
I like to
that's
believe so.
what professors have been saying to me. I need to move on, need to carry on. So, kind of...
Well, 'tis a military academy, isn't it?
Yeah. But I don't know how long it's going to take me to get over it, but hopefully I'll be around with the team, of course, and I won't stop just because, they've gone.
Of course, but Kingsley, you can continue moving on as much as you'd like for the sake of the team and for the academy, but please, for your own sake, move on in your own time when it's around me or anyone else you trust. Understood?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Appreciate
Take
it.
care of yourselves, big fella. We'll need you.
I'll try.
Well, should we join the others?
I think we should. We can welcome in our new teammates.
Of course. One of them seemingly is certainly Rowan. He's already attached himself. So, good to see he's so visual about accepting it.
Well, I mean, I'm glad. Because if you didn't want to be a part of the team, then, that'd be a bit of a problem.
Yes, it would be.
So I'm looking forward to seeing,
If any of our
what he could do, what he's capable of. The shield's going to come in handy.
Certainly.
And whatever else is just a plus. Don't want to put him on the front line though sometimes. Might have to be like a mixed, like what you do, where you kind of go from middle to back, kind of go around sort of deal.
Right. Our backup defender. Well, I'll judge his combat skills when I see them, I suppose.
Having trouble sneaking into people's dorms at night. Being on the rock is no foul.
I mean, have we really reported it?
Fair. Hello.
I mean, honestly,
Murtash.
has anyone ever reported Murtash sneaking into a dorm?
Don't think anyone questions it.
No. Kingsley, you're
It's
whispering,
just
by the way. Still a
What was
little
that?
quiet.
Has
Cheers. I sadly can't. You're gonna have what's.
Caden is on the rock. I think he's going down now. Yep, he is.
Look at Terra Team being smug over there.
Ah, yes, very smug.
Assholes.
They're all green, the colour of envy. They're envious of us getting everyone we wanted, right? Right.
Did I mention they stabbed me 3 times at the end of the war games as I was surrendering?
Oh.
Lovely.
Great.
I wouldn't put it on
Not
Jackson,
really a
but
fan of them.
I see.
But for some reason,
understandable.
if I look
Fun
in
if
that
they did that.
direction, all of a sudden my head feels better.
You are right.
So I'm going to keep staring at Terra Team.
I have to look
I
down.
noticed something happens with Aqua as well.
Well, it's all right over there,
No,
but
I am 10 times worse if I look. I'm just
I
gonna
think I'll
look
get
down.
suspicious if I look. I will face my enemies forward and deal with the sort of headaches.
Like a coward. I mean a hero.
You're a coward,
Whichever one
you're
you feel
not.
like.
very subtle, Val.
Most people face their enemies head on and then immediately regret it, so... Besides, weren't you supposed to flank them, Tal?
I do like flanking, yes. But they have to think I'm fighting them head on first, surely. Otherwise, where's the fun?
Unless they're fighting someone else.
Right, then I just stab them in the back.
Truly a
So
heroic way of
heroic.
fighting.
Can't be heroic against
kinda
Rift Beasts, can you?
Who went to what?
True.
I'm really curious to see who went.
Do you think I could infuse my arm to be magical and then knock out a Rift Beast?
Maybe.
It would be funny to watch you try.
You would be a real hero, Val. Some might call you the One Punch Man.
Hero, Tal.
Oh, God.
God. I don't ever hear that
If I
come
wanted
out
to
your
be a
mouth
hero,
again.
Tal, I'd need a cape. Probably a red one, who'd look good with the yellow.
Red and yellow. Quite a striking combination, don't you think?
If you're going to go for yellow, just use gold. It's better.
I suppose you're right. Better to be gold than the colour of...
I mean, it looks better than just yellow.
If only we had a gold team.
Honestly, I more prefer bronze. Look better. More
I'm more
structurally
of a
sound
wood
as
kind of
well.
person.
Well, from this day forward,
I
there
don't
is
like
no
using
longer
metals a
lumen.
lot.
Only team wood, bronze, and gold.
Oh, God. Let's go!
I could give you all nicknames according to what you said. I don't think you'd ever like them, but...
That's a fun of a nickname, if you like.
Hey, I like the names.
I don't think you can give me a nickname shorter than my actual name.
V. There you go.
V.
Ah, right, that is how it's pronounced, isn't it? Yes, sorry, I haven't been paying attention to Mordred's lessons.
Not just that, but like King or Quimbly.
Quimbly.
I would look forward in pain just to ignore all of you.
Oh, come on, V. Nope, I don't like it.
Range, remember?
We're all in
Look at
shooting
Chancellor
range.
right there. Not a very good idea.
Then we got. Who else we got?
All of you to assume that I care.
No.
I'm the ultimate alibi. Professor, I promise. It
Or
was just a prank.
Anne is better than a no, which sounds a little like manure, which is terrible. Like, no. Absolutely not.
Why would you say that?
Thank you so much.
I'm not calling you. No.
Literal shit.
How about Ra, take
I
the end.
Team shit.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's terrible.
Oh yes, who's your second in command? That's fair.
Wow. I've never seen a bird that fast before. That's terrifying.
They said all the bird song was dead.
You can't keep calling him a bird. He has a name.
What's his name again? It's time.
Penny.
I do not know why you have chosen to come to be a part of this institution. But do know that whatever your reasoning, your stay here will not be pleasant. Most everyone here has sacrificed much, and I am afraid I am going to have to ask you to sacrifice much more if we are to achieve our goals. We fight not an enemy with a face and a motive, but a natural disaster that spares the end of our world if left unchecked. Know that we will not be gentle with you. We will not coddle you. We will make you into soldiers and warriors. We will teach you magic, tactics, survival, warfare, and give you tools you might need to rebuild the world if it falls. You before me will now be asked to join teams. These teams will be your clan, family. I ask you to fight beside them. Give them your loyalty. I do not ask you to make friends. I don't even ask you to get along with them. I only demand that you work together, train together to protect each other in the coming fight for Asteria. Team Lumen, can I have your captain?
Here I go.
Go get him, Tiger.
Tel'Kahras. Who amongst the unsorted have you chosen?
Well, our invites have been sent out to all the new arrivals, bar one. Rowan in particular. So first of all, I'd like to hear who accepted from those of you who were given invites. Good. Very well. Rowan. And...
Rowan.
Yes, sir.
Shit.
Mr. Tel'Kahras, I am seeing that you have 2 spots open on your team, but only one person has accepted your invitation.
I mentioned the new students who had arrived. Our team has decided to, of course, extend another invitation. Cecilia, if you have chosen to accept it, you refuse. Very well.
Then whoever does not get sorted onto a team will be left in your care.
Understood.
So be prepared to come up a second time. Rowan, do you accept Lumen as your own and swear allegiance to Lumen through the fires of war?
Yes, sir.
Good. And do you accept this young man as a soldier to fight under you?
I do.
Then welcome, Rowan, to Team Lumen. You may go to your new dorms.
Thank you.
Well, come along then.
Team Terra.
Welcome to Lumen.
Can I have your captain, please?
Thank you for the invite.
Of course.
Shame.
Well, I'm sure they all made choices that they won't regret.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for the invite.
Woohoo!
Which of the unsorted
I hope you're
have
ready
you
to
given
suffer.
invites to and have accepted?
That's sarcasm.
It's
He's
so
already
clear.
suffering.
It's not sarcasm.
When you speak.
I can see it here.
You might want to look over at Terra. They're very friendly
Rowan,
there.
keep looking at
Less
the building.
headaches.
Or look down.
Over where, sorry?
Over at Terra or down. You'll feel a bit better.
Yeah.
Pretty good right now.
Oh, good.
Swear allegiance to Team Terra,
Well,
to the fires
how's
of
it
war.
Oh man, I'm
How
so
does it
glad I
feel?
have a third eye unstuffed.
Be part of the team, Rowan.
I'm very happy to have gotten an invite, personally. Was
I'm
worried.
sure you got lots of invites.
One or two, but
two is more than one.
You may go to your new dorm.
two is more than one.
Imagine not having to pick a team for an invite.
Imagine refusing your only option.
Team Ignis.
Sorry.
I mean, to be honest with you, I only got one invite, so
Well,
that was Lumen.
No, I meant
Let's-
who refused an invite.
let's
Well,
just
no
say none of the Avenue students accepted their invites, which left one
Who have you
remaining
reached out with an invitation who has accepted
who
the
outright
terms of
declined.
Ignis?
Oh,
Lovely.
That's
great.
Sorry, Rowan, to fill you in.
I wonder who it is.
Cecilia, who declined, was previously our team
Yeah.
leader. Previously.
She's told me, yes.
Ah, great.
You accept
Previous team leader and previous second in
swear
command.
allegiance to Ignis, to the fires
She
She's
must be
mentioned
close.
bad blood. I'm sure we'll
I'm sure there's no
figure that
battle
out and
between
get through
us
it.
and a
Take
Sixian
young
noble.
Philia as your charge,
Ah, yes.
as your soldier.
Oh, Ophelia made it to
Yeah.
his team.
We all have our trials and tribulations, Rowan.
Then congratulations, Philia. Welcome to Team Ignis.
I really like
there's nothing we
Philia.
can't sort out,
You
but
may go to
I know,
your
I'd like to
dorms.
too. We'd love to put a stop in
Exactly.
our dorm.
Your optimism
Couple
is something I need
betrayal.
more of, especially today.
It's not betrayal. She just picked a different team. She's still the same.
It's
school.
betrayal
I'm
because
still
now we
talking
get
to her.
Cecilia back.
If I could have your captain.
you seem very
please.
convinced you're getting Cecilia.
It could be worse.
Do you think?
And again,
Well-
she said she's not joining Aqua either.
That
I
leaves
see.
Terra,
I see why
doesn't
you're
it?
so convinced.
Okay,
No,
let's
Did,
Terra's
I
not
thought
so much
Avi
as
joined
that.
Terra.
Oh, well, in that
Yeah,
case,
cool.
then.
Oh, Terra chose Avi, rather.
Now, who have you reached
Yeah,
out
I see Avi over
to
there.
Team Aqua?
Well, I can spoil a surprise.
Penny,
I get the
Caden,
feeling
please step forward.
both will probably, both Penny and Caden are both going to be joining Aqua.
Ah,
So,
good for them.
Mr. Caden,
A shame,
them.
Caden was quite the character.
Do you
I found.
accept Team Aqua as your own and swear allegiance to
It was
Aqua?
interesting.
Definitely excitable. I expected him honestly to join Ignis, but
Penny,
Like they need any more meatheads.
do you also
They did
accept
strike me
Team
as an
Aqua
Ignis
your own
fellow,
and swear
at least comparatively to the rest of them.
fires of war?
yeah,
You know, I now think Philia
That
is the
definitely
smartest
compared.
person on Ignis team.
It's not very difficult.
And Aqua Captain.
she's probably up there as far as the academy, I would say.
Quite intelligent.
Responsibility over those
Sometimes.
Yes, but there's when it
as
stops.
soldiers.
Anura is very pissed off today.
Then welcome you two to Team Aqua. You may return to your door.
You think Cecilia is going to come over?
There's only one slot for her to be forced onto.
Literally the only person.
She already sleeps in the
I
castle.
have
Do you
the
really think she's going
Lumen
to ever
Captain
talk to us?
once more.
Ah, great.
Go get him, Tiger.
How dare you say that again, Val? You've done it once
Tiger
already.
Dragon.
Reporting.
Cecilia, step forward. Cecilia, do you accept the Lumen as your own and swear allegiance to Lumen through the fires of war?
It doesn't look like I have a choice, do I?
No, you don't. Tel'Kahras, do you accept this one as a soldier under the banner of Lumen?
We do what we must.
Good. Welcome to Lumen, Miss Cecilia. You may return to your new dorm.
Welcome back.
Thank you all very much for coming to this sorting. These new faces, whether they are on your teams or not, are here to fight beside you.
Could have gone worse.
Does she have a key already?
Sure.
Wait, does she still have a... I was going to say, does she have a key to the side door?
She still have a key.
I don't remember
Yeah, I was gonna
taking
say,
it off.
wait, does she
Did we
still have a
did
key
we
to the
take
side
her
door?
keys?
You are
Who's taking her key?
Get to take her key away. I don't think I did, because I feel bad if I did, so I'm gonna just look at you, Val.
We
You
know,
can't look
Kingsley,
at me.
we know.
I guess we all have to worry about being murdered in our sleep now. Apart from you, Rowan, you'll be perfectly fine.
What?
She doesn't have our
John's
bedroom
the
that's-
one who can take a hit.
That bad, huh?
Just a
I
bit.
mean, you won't be sharing the room with her because she sleeps in the castle.
Mm-hmm.
It is true.
So basically, you have a whole room to yourself.
Very true.
Just think of all that space.
Lucky you.
Hell, I basically don't sit in the room half the time anyways.
Rowan.
True.
Yes.
There might be some spare Lumen uniforms up there.
They did have a spare gambeson on
Yeah, Lumen, is the sorting complete, or?
Come on.
in the
I believe
entrance.
so.
Yes, yes,
I'm
it
walking
is.
away, so
Practically.
come on.
Everyone else
He's
went
got
their
no ending
doors.
speech this time. Be careful you
I
don't get a
mean,
tiara
I don't
thrown
think
at
he
you.
seems to be feeling very well.
No, he does seem to be rather sickly, doesn't he?
But I'll show you the room that you'll be staying in.
So much for the loud and proud dragonkin he is.
Right. It's good to see him like that for a
Must be
change.
quite the little humbling.
Yes.
I think Tel had the key, but I don't know if Cecilia's getting changed into a gambeson, so...
I see, we're
Tel,
all
do you
going
have the key to
inside
that
as soon as
door?
I come back out.
I'm sorry. Do I have the key to the... Right. Hang on.
She may have... Hold on. Did she just go behind?
Probably. Great.
I just have to wait on the key. Oh, tell
I've got you. It's fine.
Right.
The key is yours.
Wouldn't exactly want to walk in on her. She's in there.
Ah.
What?
Right, that is a problem, isn't it?
A moment.
You just said that?
Yeah, I think Camille really loud.
It was loud.
Apparently it was Arvin. Well, we're gonna have to test it. Make sure the door's open.
Alright.
So it hasn't been like barred off completely.
Make sure that...
I am coming in. Please tell me if I should not.
Just enter.
Alright.
I haven't been up here in a while.
It's empty.
Tell.
I need to finish the roof stuff.
Seems it.
What?
Wait, where the fuck did Cecilia go then?
I was just making sure no one was getting
check the
killed.
basement.
I have not.
Yeah, hang on, let me go. I'll go check, hang on.
Alright.
It's amazing how I got everyone to leave the second floor immediately.
Val, you just seem to repulse people away from yourself sometimes.
I want you to think about what you just said.
I'm aware it was an insult, but it was sarcasm.
Nope,
Put
she's
the
not
gun
in
away,
there,
don't you
man.
dare.
Get away with it this time.
Oh, well,
Good.
she might have just ran away. We'll meet later.
What was that?
There's a pillar right here. I doubt it can penetrate this much wood.
I thought I heard something. What was that? Thought I heard something.
Well, let's go downstairs and talk about our problems, shall we?
Which
gone
ones?
completely.
How many?
She just disappeared.
When do you want to start and when do you want to end?
She did a magic trick.
Well...
Actually...
Are we going to quantify every
whilst
problem
before-
based on its actual significance or not?
What's the quantify? What is this word?
Are we going to rate each of our problems?
Right, got you. Okay. Oh, is he?
Woo!
Look at him. Oh. Excellent.
Amazing.
Looks good.
It does.
Wow.
Thank you. I admittedly got a little excited when I got an invite, so I got to work on this.
That's cool though.
Something on the face.
Looks very good.
Rowan, if you don't mind me asking...
It's a joke.
How do you see through there? Is it smell, or...
Can't believe you'd say that.
If you... it looks thicker than it actually is. If you push your eyes up against it, it's better to see through, but it's still practical for the sun. It's not great for me.
I could perhaps do with one of those for the sun.
Thought you were from Drozan. Aren't you quite like...
More recently,
sun?
my eyes have been
Yeah.
getting stung by the rays of the sun every morning. Apart from when I rest well.
That's something we're gonna have to work on. Stare at the sun all day long.
Could make you some new ones.
That
Train your
sounds deadly.
eyes to me.
Please
don't
don't
want
make
new
him any
eyes.
new eyeballs.
Right. So,
I have extra if you want to try
know,
one on sometime.
Sunglasses.
perhaps I could.
So maybe whilst we're
What's
all
sunglasses?
available right now, should we go back to the training range?
Right,
And
let's
see
get on with what we were doing before, shall we? Yes.
Because I don't want interrupted
I thought we were
again.
gonna talk about our problems. I was getting all ready.
We can talk about our problems when we're walking
nice,
there.
comfy
I don't
chair.
think...
I was all ready to go.
Val, I've got
Oh, I'm
another
awfully
meeting
sorry.
shortly, so speed is imperative.
Get up.
Get up.
Well, then get going.
Nicely said.
Let's go.
I'm gonna grab my armor if we're gonna go training.
Let's go.
Don't groan. You can
Come
lift
on.
half of it.
Let me go grab my weapon.
Right.
This is the sort of daily shenanigans we get up to.
Don't worry, they sound like they hate each other, and quite frankly, they do a little, but it's quite calming once you hear it enough.
It doesn't sound right when they're being too kind to each other.
Yes.
Well, it's lively, certainly. You didn't find Cecilia after, did you? Or?
No, we're
No, I
giving
didn't
up
actually.
on
She
her
just
for
disappeared.
now. She'll appear, and perhaps I'll have to apologize for my harsh treatment of her. Great.
I think the team just owes her an apology, really.
For what?
Do we owe an apology and why?
Exactly. Look,
I'm not apologizing for something I didn't do.
all right.
We didn't kick Cecilia off our team. We kicked Stella off of our team.
Stella.
Well, we don't
Val.
have to apologize to Cecilia.
Oh no, here we go again.
I'm just glad Cecilia came back.
Cecilia had pink hair for a time, and her name was Stella. Don't worry about it. An identity thing.
Pink eyes, don't forget that part.
I think she was just having
Good
a
morning, Professor.
moment.
Morning.
He sounds ecstatic.
Lovely. Don't get on his bad side today. I'm pretty sure Jack called for you right before you entered the teleporter. Sorry.
Oh, all right. Let's do it again. You called?
Yes, they're pulling me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Good to know. Captain,
Speak to you later.
I was just
Yes.
checking on you if you knew about the chapel
one.
meeting that might
Red
happen.
one.
I don't know when.
There'll be a bell for it. The staff.
Believe in you.
Right now. Wait.
Like that? Like that?
Look, the bell.
Val, take control of the training. Don't
I'll
be
do
too
the
harsh
normal thing,
on
don't
her.
worry.
Yes, thank you. Right. Captain. Captain's
Hello,
meeting.
Captain.
Staff room.
Right.
So-
How are you faring with your two new picks?
Well, one new, the other was a last resort, but not to worry. One of them is fitting nicely. They've just gone to go train over at the training grounds as a team. Cecilia has made herself sparse, as expected. We all face our challenges, don't we, Lefron?
We do.
But hey,
I do
yeah.
believe she'll look to mean well. But yes, she's been very kind and very much a breath of fresh air compared to a lot of what goes on with Ignis.
Whatever that
Hmm.
means.
Not in
That it has.
a negative sense, though.
Of course, I'm glad to hear.
Well, there is some worries that can be eased later on, but we'll get on with things first.
Right.
Busy day, too.
I hope you do not begrudge my choice of location. I just thought it might be best to be somewhere somewhat more serious for this particular conversation.
It's appropriate. I do not mind. Shall we head inside?
Certainly. Let's open this up.
Prepare yourself, Tel'Kahras.
After you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
A couple of things.
Thank you, sir.
Goodness. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow.
Quite impressive.
This is spacious. A pretty nice fair.
God. I wonder who knocked that over.
Professor?
Yes.
Okay.
Understand.
I'll take this pot. It's fine.
It looks like there's a sitting area over there.
Maybe not.
It would be
Professor
best if you
Nella
sit
intend
down.
for us to follow?
No.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. No, I did not.
Understood.
You did not? Alright. Well.
You were unable to hear me or something. I was simply checking on a few things to make sure they were out of sight.
Oh, that's what. There we go.
Right.
Very well. I believe I can start, if you'd
Certainly.
be right with that.
Of course.
Very well. Captains, the professors and I are here to relay and inform you on what will be happening in the upcoming days. As you are all aware, you've been slowly adjusting to learning basic combat and spells. And while you've shown progress, it is nowhere near yet enough to defeat the rifts. And so for that reason, the professors and I are finally getting ready to teach you to combat the rifts, so that you may have what we would call a fighting chance at survival. Now, I expect all of you, and I say this with no heavy heart, that you prepare yourself. Mentally, physically. It will be gruesome, and it will be tough. My expectations of all captains and second-in-command is this. Being in a leadership position requires talent, and if there is no talent, then hard work and skill that fills in that gap. Everything that will be taught from now on forward, I expect you all to listen, to take notes, and to memorize, because I repeat, I will not be repeating myself. My experience with the Rift Beasts have been vast, and collectively out of all of the professors, I would be the one with the most experience in handling these abominations. For 6 long years I have been facing them. I had slain Rift Beasts and torn them apart countless times, and no matter how many I killed, their numbers only grew. How many of you standing here today have the resolve to do what's best for this world? I have vowed to take up arms to defeat the very thing that has caused me and so many others grief. Everyone I knew and had grown to love are dead. My family, my comrades, fellow inquisitors, and countless innocents I could not save, died right in front of my very eyes. Children on the ground, torn apart, limb from limb. You couldn't even recognize the bodies. And those were the lucky ones. But the devouring has only done much worse to those with their souls intact. And if a member of your team had contracted the devouring, would you be able to take them out of your misery? No. When I tell you that survival is slim, I'm telling you that if you ever came across a rift, don't expect anyone to come out of it alive. If any of you at all. And so, our job is to prepare you for the horrors you will face one day. And you will. You will face it. Are you all finally starting to get serious for fucking once in your life, captains? Because you have all been getting very, very comfortable. I want to see you all stand up for yourselves, for once, and to start acting more as the leaders you are supposed to be. Are you all ready to learn how to defeat Rift Beasts? Well, are you,
Yes, sir.
captains?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. In that case, we shall begin with learning about the 4 most common Rift Beasts you can come across. And in doing so, the professors and I have decided to make 4 specialist roles in order to combat each specific Rift Beast. In order to further accelerate training, you will then inform your squads about them. Today, your teams will decide where each individual would be suited best. Firstly, we have strikers, whose aim is to be the spearhead in close quarters combat. Second, we have defenders, who prioritize protecting everyone with shields and defensive magic. Thirdly, we have ranged, whose goal is to provide long-range attacks at faraway targets. Granted, that is just the beginning of their resolve and duties. And lastly, we have healers. Healers are those who prioritize the safety of their team, but also act as the jack of all trades in assisting every other specialist role when the opportunity arrives. Each specialist role I have mentioned here will then be separated into their separate groups and taught by professors how to fight specific rift beasts.
Shields.
However, I expect team captains and second-in-command to learn about every single rift beast. It is your duty as leaders to be the step ahead of everyone else. As for what each specialist role will learn, will be further in the lessons themselves. However, I will be providing you a detailed paper later on the further studies. And in turn, I expect you all here and your second-in-commands to memorize it all. With everything I have mentioned to you all, I expect each team member to decide which specialist role they think would suit them best today. If they are unsure, you give them your opinion. Once everything has been decided, bring forth me the list and we'll begin training as soon as possible. And one last thing of note, I expect each role to divulge the information about each rift beast to everyone else in their teams. I don't expect it immediately, but the idea is to have everyone in the end understand how to fight all of the rift beasts we know of so far. And there are far too many that we do not know about, including myself. The more all of you learn, I expect the more likely you will survive in the upcoming years. Are there any questions? No, sir.
Yes.
For repetition, what were the names of the roles we must choose from again?
There are strikers who act as close-quarter combat specialists. We have got defenders who are primarily focused on defending their team with shields and defensive magic. We have ranged. That one is quite simple to understand, and healers.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
If
Good.
I may.
Got it.
Of course.
For a long
Unfortunate polio. Oof.
For a long time, apologies, we have been focused very heavily on teaching generally, allowing each student to see what they find fits them best, give you a chance to try things, to excel and to exceed. That is not changing. However, we have a lot to learn in a rapidly diminishing amount of time. The purpose of this focus is so that each team has at least one person who can focus on one particular role and one particular Rift Beast varietal. In the heat of combat, we cannot remember complex orders, particularly if it is new and fresh in our heads. When our friends are dying, we need to focus on what we need to do. It can never be a question how one should act, for each moment of indecision can be the difference between a life saved or a life lost. This is the reason for the fourfold split. It is to make sure that each of you is able to focus and learn to excel in one particular field, whilst also passively gaining knowledge of the other areas. It may be a difficult thing to answer. I know certainly when many troops are coming through any particular organization, they pick up different weaponries. I remember very fondly making a mockery of many students on the first day who turned up with many different weapons and choice of arms, be they strange, foreign, peculiar, or in some cases no arm at all, choosing to face the opponent with merely a shield. A lot of our identity is held in how we conduct ourselves on the battlefield. It is important, after all. It is how we are deciding to die. At its most extreme. We do not intend to restrict you here. It is simply a matter of covering a lot of ground in the most efficient amount of time.
I see.
I need to remind you all of something very, very clear. All of your professors have failed to stop the Rift Beasts. All of them. Please carry that focus moving forwards.
One day we will tread to our deaths.
Is there anything else anyone would like to add? Any further questions at all? Then there is one last thing I would like to add. There is a reason that we are having this discussion with you here as captains, as opposed to in a general address. As leaders, you have taken upon yourself the responsibility of maintaining the focus, the good efforts, the will, the drive, the dreams and ideals of those who serve beneath you. Together, you must manage their morale. Keep them narrow. Keep them straight. Keep them on a path where they are moving forwards, as opposed to spiraling into decline. This is not an easy task.
I'd ask, Professor.
Therefore, from this day hence, and on every second day, you are to come here to this very building. Each of you, just the captains. And you are to be sworn to absolute and total secrecy. None of you will mention why it is you come here. None of you will divulge why you are here. Nothing. Not even with your seconds. Your instructions within this period of a brief 15 minutes are very simple. Talk to each other as captains. Share your troubles, your successes, your woes, and be aware that this is a mission to be undertaken with the utmost sincerity. It is perhaps one of the most important things we'll ever do. So, we can start today, if you would like. Or we can start in a few days' time.
I swear I heard something.
What would you like to do?
I feel like starting today wouldn't be a problem. What about other people?
I vote for now.
Agreed.
I agree.
Very good.
Day.
In that case, myself and the other professors will vacate the premises, and we will make sure that no one goes in or out. You are henceforth sworn to secrecy. Do try to enjoy this time. The officers' mess hall is a time-honored tradition. Shall we be off then, Octavian?
Of course.
Very good.
Thank you, professors.
Thank you, professors.
Thank you.
Thank you, sis.
Don't break
Well.
it.
Yes, sir.
Actually, Tal.
Very merry discussions.
There's something we want to talk to you about specifically.
I think it's the same thing that I want to talk to you about, so let's not waste any time.
Sure. I guess we'll go over here.
Oh, they're getting to it, aren't they?
Yeah.
So it would seem.
Let's fill the dead air, I suppose.
You guys start without
So,
me. I'll be just a second.
to
Right.
recap, I assumed he meant designating individuals in between those four categories. Striker, defender, healer, ranged. So I suppose we should see what our individuals would like to specialize in, or what multiple standards they might fit.
Right. But remember, they
we need
must
to
make
fill
the
our
decision
seconds in
today.
command. Yes. We need to
Right,
fill
and
our second in
ideally,
command
they
in.
do want us to have one of at least each squad.
Yes.
Should be
We
easy
each have
enough with
6
6 each.
members. Yeah, exactly. What else?
I believe I have an idea how my team will pick.
Oh.
Same.
I
Well.
don't, but it might be easier than I think.
I'm sure they'll be able to decide for themselves. Just make sure to remember to stress to them the importance of their decision. They're here to fight Rift Beasts after all, so the role that they choose is final, and I don't think there's any taking it back once you begin to learn, is there?
There shouldn't be, ideally. We don't need to. We need to treat our time expensively.
We don't have much of it to waste.
So Fron, welcome back.
Welcome back.
I do have a question. Stop me if it's too personal, I suppose. I'm just wondering,
Fire away.
after the sorting and you getting Stella back, how does that sit?
Well, we do what we must is something the Chancellor said to me personally, so we do what we must. How it sits with my team, however, well, awful. I cannot begin to think how to repair a relationship between a noble who feels betrayed and backstabbed and a team who despise such a noble. Where do I begin? The impossible task of the day. Which is already running away anyways. Ah well.
It does seem quite unfortunate that you wound up back with you. From your... the kerfuffle it leaves you in.
Yes. If I could, suggest...
How did she feel betrayed? I'm sorry, I'm just curious.
No, it's fine.
Unfilled in context.
Well, it started with the vote of confidence from our team. You see, she was the leader of Lumen beforehand. And through rigorous discussion with the newly recruited members, that being Kingsley, Val and Anura, we were voting on a second in command and voting on if she was fit to lead. I just happened to tick all the boxes they wanted. And so, even if I'd have said otherwise, the votes were stacked against me. And Cecilia's performance at the time was less than adequate, in my opinion. Now, I did not expect the backlash that had happened. If anything, it just seemed to spiral out of control with paranoia. I know what that's like. So, now, well, she seems very stuck to her opinion, and my teammates all seem stuck to theirs, considering her recent actions. And now, instead...
I will say she
yes.
mentioned briefly the firework display. She made it quite clear she believed that it was your intention from the beginning to relieve her of that position. Whether it's true
Not
or
at all.
not, but that's definitely how she views it.
No, I'd informed her when I regrettably put in my vote to depose her, as she so strongly says, that I did not believe she was fit to lead as the others for that time, and the position and mantle of leader would be welcome to her to take back from me when she was ready. I'd full well said that. Yet, she only heard what she wanted to.
Not much you can do about that.
No. I'm afraid not. But, if I may make a suggestion, I'll have to suggest to the other two as well, once they're done persuading each other about something. If you could please relay to your teams to avoid any antics with Cecilia regarding negative discussion of Team Lumen, to appease her nature, and that way will make things harder for us to deal with. The less chances she gets, the better, I believe. At your discretion.
That's fair.
Sure, absolutely. Morale is important, especially today.
Right. And how...
Definitely today.
How is your team's morale?
I feel we're doing
it's all
quite well.
started.
The new... Oh, I apologize. No, I was just going to say that it's going to be a matter of seeing how the new two fit in. I think that's going to be the biggest factor.
I think it's exciting to have another member. Varys is well, he's dealing with things. I am close to my second in command and Solaris. Irene has recently gained the position of second in command. Today the morale seems fine. Morgan's keeping everyone happy. But we're all a bit concerned about the nature of, well, nature, I suppose. I didn't think I would be today, I didn't expect it. But they are just plants, hopefully we'll figure this water out and such.
Right.
So,
I gotta actually, just a moment.
Of course. Well, to fill the silence, my team have all been rather down of late, aside from Val. The recent events to the Academy grounds and nature surrounding it have caused some disruption, especially with Kingsley and more recent events that have affected them. Of course, since we're bound by secrecy in here, I can feel comfortable in telling you that fact without it going outwards. So, Kingsley's clan was recently, well, vanquished by rift beasts, I believe, and they've not been taking it well. And I believe perhaps even have been advised incorrectly by the staff at the Academy to move on as quickly as possible. One does not recover from grief that quickly, surely.
I concur. I held a conversation with them as well, and they seemed very distraught. I can only hope that they take the time.
I'll try to make sure they take the time to recover.
If I can input, I guess my team, morale really never has been an issue for us, not for the chaotic nature of them. That's...
Okay,
Ophelia, now on the team, I hope things are to be a little bit more sensible, with more sensible has to be provided. But I don't believe things will become rough anytime soon, hopefully, as long as we keep our spirits up and say it as is.
Of course. You've always been high-spirited, haven't you, Ignis? Well, Philia, I think, has the makings of a very good strategic leader, if she's as intelligent as everyone seems to say.
Yes, she definitely shows a lot of promise, which I'm hoping to incorporate into our team. We could definitely use it.
Of course. And if I may suggest, this is something I've been trialing myself, you see. Enora is our team's second of command by vote. She fills that in a logistical and face matter, of course. She, handles events when I'm not present and handles structure and training. However, Val is in fact our combat advisor, taking the position of second of command, not symbolically, but, well, he's taking command in combat. And that is because he's best suited for the position. If I might say so, perhaps it's never too bad of an idea to lean on others in your team and allow them to take command for a moment to better use their strengths. Within reason, of course.
No, of course. Simply how I came to be in this position. Zuko needed me to fill his shoes, and well, I guess I've been a bit more cemented now into this position.
Right.
And that was something I was equally curious about. For Zuko's leadership of Ignis, and I guess his leadership overall, what would be your input? I feel I may be biased in my judgment, but
I
haven't
spoke
much
to him
say,
recently.
at least negatively.
Well, not recently, I suppose. I spoke to him when he was still leader. I guess the most recent it could be. He seems... He seems plagued by things. Haunted, I suppose. It could affect his judgment in some cases. I wouldn't know. I haven't seen him in combat by his side, at least. But he's committed to Ignis, so I don't think there's a question of that. He wants good for his team. Something to be said. His effort goes into that.
Good words.
That's what I've picked up, anyway.
Thank you.
Well, if I may, to refrain from bias of my opinion of Zuko, I do consider him a friend, but Zuko, when he led Ignis, I feel like he always had too much on his plate, too much stress, too much worry that he still holds now. But he would pull through and lead the best that he could. Now, there are times when too much on one's plate can make them fall apart, and I believe that may have been the cause of issues within your team, or whatever had been mentioned. I'm aware of much of what some members of the team thought. Zuko did speak to me about it. But if there's one thing I could say, Zuko, in his own way, is still leading your team to a small extent. Perhaps not visibly, but he still cares, he still takes notice, and he's still got that drive that he always had. But, most importantly, He's got less on his plate because you're there. I think Zuko will always try to delegate everything to himself. He's always struck me as that type of person. To be at the forefront of every problem and to take it all on. But now, he just takes on what he believes he can do best. And you can tell him what not to. That's my belief.
It's a wise belief, I think.
Of course. Sorry, Zuko. Whew.
I'm supposing you're all a bit of a leave.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Hope he's okay.
Mm.
I am glad we are here, actually, today, because well, I'll admit, I had been approached by Professor Nella at some point, as well as approaching the Chancellor in regards to command, and I don't think any of you need the help on it, but I did approach some of you due to Nella's similar recommendation of what we're doing today. He told me to talk to captains, and I think it was useful, and I think this could be useful as my unspoken goal the last few weeks has been to get all of us in a room together.
Well, they did it for us.
It's good.
So it seems. It certainly helps. It definitely helped when we had our patrols the other night. I think more of these will be a boon to our success.
Of course.
Welcome back.
Agreed. Captains, welcome back.
Well,
your
thank you,
roles
Captain.
may have fluxed. I am not sure.
To fill you in
Thoughts
on
any of the speech?
Right. Well, to fill you in, we've discussed it to some degree, stressing our team's individual roles and what they may fill and our beliefs that they'll do it, stressing the importance of it, and a few of our own problems we've been facing with our teams and opinions, especially on the topic of morality.
Go on.
Yes, the topic of morality. Sorry, morale, not morality. Morale within our teams.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. And, well, that's where we left off, aside from some friendly advice to each other. So, if you'd like to fill us in on any of your thoughts, feel free. The stage is yours. We've held it long enough.
Ventus is doing what it can. We are currently in a rough patch, but that's nothing new. We just keep our heads above water as much as we can and keep working on it. This roles thing, I think it'll help the rest of Ventus focus for sure. That's been one thing that I think we've been trying to do ourselves, but I think having a standardized version would be useful for everyone.
I do agree it gives focus. Especially to those for whom focus may be lacking.
Our group is doing pretty well as well. They've they've been really coming along on their training, and well, we beat Ignis that one time. So I think that shows marked improvement.
Very good.
I agree. Oh, I completely forgot. I was supposed to help.
Thank you.
Kill him with the training, I believe, with Earth magic.
Yeah. Earth magic.
I'll be sure to get on that.
Appreciate it. He's been looking for you.
I'll be sure to seek him out.
By the way, does
I think
anyone
they also have to have
have a water affinity?
A water affinity? Not that I know of. No one in my squad.
Good Gilligan, possibly? Well, no.
Ice, isn't it?
Ice.
Right. This
Right.
water issue we're having. How is that getting solved? Did the professors go over that yet? Or
Nope.
Has anyone heard anything?
No mention.
Okay.
Have we tried to purify the water yet? Water magic or something?
The conduit in the building,
At least
the
filters.
purifier. That would be the best way to go about it. It hasn't been done yet.
If I may,
Wisdom.
if I may share some information regarding the water, one of my teammates, Val, had taken a sample and studied it alongside Professor Tel'Kahras, and he had discovered that there was an odd fact about it. Not a single drop of life inside. No small micro-life, anything like that. All of it dead, gone. Completely clear.
That's not good.
That does not sound good.
Not at all.
Morgan told me she assumed occult magic had tainted it. I didn't know if that's how that would work. I thought it was just spirits.
Have you guys heard Professor Neller's theory?
No.
No.
Apparently, down below in the caverns where the rat people used to live, there were some red aether crystals or something of the sort. Apparently they've been down there for maybe 50 years, which means he thinks we're in a very late stage of some sort of overflow of aether crystals, and the fear is that a rift will open up sometime soon. Which I'm sure you guys have already heard whispers of.
Yes.
Thus the accelerated training. Makes sense. Better prepare than none.
It does. Right.
The land
Comes
is
as essence
dying
now.
and the rifts are below. Potentially. Could it get any worse?
Wait, you're not supposed to say that out loud.
Ah, I did that earlier.
It's taboo.
Sorry. Right. Anura said...
Hold on, wait. There you go.
What is happening?
It's,
You're right.
good luck.
Good
For
luck.
preventing,
Oh,
like, something
I see.
auspicious.
I
Or
got you.
not auspicious.
Okay.
The opposite of auspicious.
Yep.
I'll remember that.
It has to be wood, though.
Only wood. Touch wood. Got
Wood
it.
specifically? Alright.
Well. Anything else, leaders?
Anyone feeling like their team are going to be a little bit heavy in one aspect or another, or anything like that?
Well, we're
Yeah,
probably
struggling.
very heavy in the tanking division, I'll be honest. Because that's fairly clear.
Umber's mostly
Heavy in regret for
magic
having
users
Cecilia
that
back.
don't really know how to use magic yet, which is a problem. But if I were to hazard a guess, once we do take care of magic, it would be mostly strikers and ranged, with not a lot of support or protection.
I believe. Yeah, actually, everyone on Terra, except me, knows magic, so that might come in handy for something. Solus knows range, she can't aim very well. And I believe the others might be more for melee distance, but they know magic. They practice mana. We all know how to do mana as well, so I'll try to get them on the ritual thing that we learned last lesson.
Right.
Just the
conscious
runes.
of that.
And if they need help studying, I'd be happy to help if I can. I've tried to take some time to study them, at least on my off days. Not
Umber's
very
really good at the
knowledgeable,
ritual thing, too, so they can help in that regard if you guys need. Everyone except, well, Nell's still struggling, but he'll get there.
Right.
Okay. I don't know if Yorl was here, he might have been, but you two were talking. Tel has asked us politely to request of our teams not to give Cecilia opportunities to badmouth the reputation or converse in a topic in which it would
Yeah, to put it
harmful.
more lightly, Thank you, Jack. In order to deal with bad blood with Cecilia, with our team, and her return to it, it would be much easier if any frivolities she wished to express were done directly to us. So therefore, if she does try to, how to put it nicely, meander on over to any of your team members, I would really appreciate it if they wouldn't give her too much attention regarding it, so she's stressed to the point of talking to us about it instead of running away. That's always been a problem with her, and now we definitely need to deal with it, so it would be appreciated.
Yeah.
At your discretion, of course.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, I have another matter. Iko came up with this idea to try and see about the effects of this stuff and how it works. He suggested that we take a live plant that's, healthy, take some of the tainted soil and then put it in a pot and see if it grows in it or if it sucks it out, or basically determining if the ground itself is hazardous or if it's just a byproduct of something else.
Good idea. Good idea. Actually,
Ventus spent most of today gathering samples of various different things, so we have a whole water skin's worth of soil. Might be a good constituent for that.
Plants have been doing it well as well, so that's a good point. I'll look into that.
Perfect. Would you mind donating one of your plants to Team Ventus?
Sure.
And then
Sure.
spearheading that?
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. Patrols, I've been curious about that. Are we selecting individuals? Who's running that exactly right now? Or is it just all the students? I'd meant to check with the professors, but it didn't seem like the right time.
Well, if the professors...
We could have them... You go ahead.
Of course. If the professors don't say anything against it, it could be the perfect opportunity for creating bonds between our teams. We select members of our teams to go out with others. That way they get the chance to talk together, perhaps to people they never would otherwise.
Up to you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Professor...
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm afraid that's all we have time for today.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Of course.
Thank you. It was very productive.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember, you are sworn to secrecy about everything that you have discussed and indeed do here. It defeats the point of this entire exercise if your underlings catch wind of what you talk of here. If they hear that someone's having some sort of doubts or someone's struggling with something else, word can travel fast and all of a sudden the entire morale structure falls apart. You owe it to each other to keep shtuck on this encounter. In that case, if there's nothing else, we shall see you here in another 2 days. We will increase frequency if needs be, but I think every other day seems sensible to start. The door is yours. We will be
Before we leave, guys, do you want to pick one or two people of our teams to have meet somewhere, maybe the arena at sunset, and then they can do the patrols?
I'd very much be curious to see if they touched it.
Sure. Perhaps we should discuss this on the way out. After all, it's... No, we have not touched anything.
No, sir.
Wait, you have been?
No, sir.
No.
Okay,
No.
good. Otherwise, we'd have a very, very fun time here. Remember, we have all high expectations of you. Do
Of course.
well, continue to do better. And
Yes, sir.
you'll succeed.
Thank you, sir.
Let's chat more over that.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fron, remind me not to eye up the beer.
I am fine to just eventually
Be sure
that
to.
start with. 2 from each squad? Was that the idea, or 1?
Well,
One or two. I think Either or, it would be fine. Especially if someone's really light on a squad in one day.
Okay.
Right. Well, I know that my squad is, I think, still in full swing. I imagine they all want to try to converse and get to know one another, as do everyone else's squads.
Of course.
Cool.
Perhaps this is a matter we should leave after our newly sorted members have, affirmed themselves. Of course, for teams who do not have new members, well, plenty of chance, isn't there now, to put them out for a patrol?
Sure, we can do maybe 3 of the people that didn't have to get new members. Wait, that's just us, isn't it?
Yeah, there's about.
It'll be okay. 3 people from Ventus and 3 people from Umbra.
Good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll have a meet at sundown.
Cool. Okay, I think
Excellent.
that's everything.
Sounds good.
So just to confirm, the other teams are still submitting one person on?
Only if you want to. If you'd rather spend the time getting to know your new teammates, then that's perfectly fine.
Fair enough. Yes. Might pick you up on that, actually.
Right.
Okay,
well,
Captains,
good
let's
meeting.
get to it.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of your day.
Well done, everyone.
Captain Tao, do you want me
checked up on
to
everyone.
get a plant now for your dorm, or do you want to do that later?
Let's file up.
Have one ready. I'll stop by and pick it up.
Val? Hi, sorry, very long meeting with the professors.
Is that Nella? It is Nella.
Did you need
Sorry, were you saying something?
No,
I needed to talk to him briefly, but I can wait, don't worry.
Right, well, in that case, are you aware of where the rest of the team is?
Mostly at the training grounds. I know Anura is with Bombadil for some sort of special alchemy project.
Who would have thought?
Oh, Professor Nella.
Yeah.
If it's not too much for you, I have a thing going on right now, apparently. But later in the day, if I can talk to you later at the Aether Tech Lab.
I shall make myself available to you, of course. I'm sure I'll be retreating there at some point to have a look over the notes. Very good, then. Do keep an eye on Anura. Speaking plainly, have you noticed that she is a terrible
Well, where to, Professor?
Right.
Gather your team, get to the main campus. Try and gather
Training grounds down.
Training grounds, got it.
Alright, I'm going.
Get you alchemy.
Gather your team.
Woman. Cecilia, with me a moment. Rowan. It's fine. Never mind. Cecilia, the others of the team, where have they...
Rowan, back here! Turn around! Rowan!
Thank you. I'm unable to shout right now.
I don't know where everyone's going, but I guess
Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's there. Excellent. Very well.
He's on this way. What is it?
And Kingsley. All right, nothing. I was just trying to gather you all in one place. We'll be heading to the main gate. Anura will be going there herself. She's with Bombadil. All right. Come along to the main gate then.
What's going on? Hang on.
I'm unsure.
What's going on?
We're going to the main gate. I have been
I'll
instructed.
go get my weapons then.
Very alarmed.
Give me a moment.
Right. Well, Rowan, come along with me. If you're armed sufficiently.
I am.
Very well. Come along. Hell of a first day for you. On Lumen, that is, I mean.
It's been a busy 2 first days.
Putrid air.
No weapons, we're not attacking.
We're not attacking.
Okay.
Got it.
Guys, send it away.
Not attacking. try and provide blanket cover.
So to the right or left?
That one. We're closest.
Right side.
Come forward.
It's not a teacher, is it?
Kingsley was nearby. I'll get him.
Kingsley. Good.
I'll get him.
Kingsley,
Right there.
Look, it's cute.
Kingsley with me.
I like the little
with
guy.
Me too.
What is that?
Faye.
Right.
Sorry, it's the
The
Fae. Cordo? I don't know, I didn't get the name.
Hmm.
I thought it'd be more spherical and glowy. That's very
Last time I saw him, his foot got stabbed. Training.
Where is he now?
Where are the others at?
Quite terrifying, isn't it?
Tell, where is Anura?
Anura is currently with Bombadil. I'll go search his premises if you would like immediately.
Grab her immediately.
Very well.
Immediately, now.
Understood. Cecilia, keep your weapon stowed. But please approach. Oh, come on. Knock, knock. Oh, come on, you're not here.
Get.
Weapons away, weapons away, weapons away.
Shit,
No danger.
shit,
Anura,
shit.
weapon back. Weapon on your back, you're requested immediately. Keep your weapons stowed.
Okay. Bloody hell, Joey, oh man, I can't see anything.
Weapon stowed.
He's quite slow.
I know you don't want to run on yourself, damn it.
She's requested at the front by Octavian.
Oh, of course.
What are the Fae doing here?
Dear Lord, the corpse here is banging.
I didn't expect
Nora, be careful, you can't take the front like that. When you don't know what's ahead.
She was requested.
What was ahead?
But I don't know what's ahead, and I'd rather not.
Fair,
If you're in
I brought
front
the
like
message.
that.
Put away
Stop.
your weapon. Put away your weapon.
Stop.
Lower your weapon. Closer.
No weapons.
Professor, the daughter of Gaia, is dying. The very soil you stand upon dies. I had thoughts I had more time. But it seems it is not so. And so I must ask of you to move with great haste. You must save her.
Could really use some meat.
She dies at the hands of the man who lied to her, who lied to me. She is trapped. And my children are bound.
Terrifying.
Bound to keep away anyone who tries to help her.
Danger.
They will give their lives to make sure she dies out there. Will you help me? Will you save her?
Well, shit.
Oh, boy. So, is that the thing that they kept on talking about, the spirit of the forest?
Mm-hmm.
Why does it look like I would know? I was asking the both of you. Well,
I believe so, yes.
There are pathways west of here.
We don't have a choice here.
Overrun by lack of use, but still there. Travel with them until you find a deep canyon. She lies within, along with my children. But their minds and bodies are not their own. I ask that they do not be harmed.
No. It's further out.
They will fight and they will try to kill. It must be guaranteed. Their lives are more important than the lives of mortals.
Not to me.
Be quiet, Eli.
It's a kick in the nuts. They are important to Astria. Do you speak for all of them?
Today's really just been a situation of updoing the one ridiculous situation that happened before.
Thank you.
Could be worse.
Could be
I'd
worse.
love to hear what they're discussing and what they're promising them.
Touch wood.
Me too.
We'll know in time.
They can make what promises they will.
Thank you, Luca, for that.
We'll make our choice to uphold them or not as
Not
we
to compare it.
Sounds like we go to say
I stand before you physical, mortal.
holding a promise with the Fae.
It means this much to me.
I have many questions.
You probably won't get any of them answered.
I had something Sandy said it means this much to me, and he did something.
Will I at least get one answered?
Alright.
Let's go here, Rowan. I'll try my best.
We got an explanation for something that we did here.
What is going on?
Is dying, apparently.
Well, that's a Fae. The Fae's daughter has been kidnapped, and we're going to go save it. Without hurting anyone.
Because Fae lives are much more important than us mortals. That was sarcasm.
Let's just
I mean,
not
Fae
try and make
technically
any assumptions until we just hear the whole story, because that's when
live a lot longer than most of
I'm
us.
just telling him what I just
They're also the lifeblood of creation in this world, if I'm correct.
I will send us right.
I didn't know you were such a strong supporter of Fae.
No later than morning.
I'm not, but it'd be nice to have green back.
She's so weak.
This black color doesn't suit it.
True.
Students, I'm sure the Fae appreciate your attention. But you could at least look good.
And I ask that
Teams and stand to attention.
these children, those who
Come on
speak
now.
for the spirits, Go to her.
Martesh.
It is they she will be able to trust, not you.
Just stand here. Actually,
Thanks for joining us.
Then I thank you.
Yeah, just okay. Sounds like I'm standing a team.
Sounds like we're helping,
I'm looking respectfully, Zika.
if allowed.
It's a mushroom.
Yes.
It's a
What?
She will get a chance to talk about
You know, I'm not too knowledgeable on Fae, but there is a good chance we could just be led into a death trap by that particular one, right?
Yeah, but, you know...
You want to take the
what would be the
chance
point of
and
that?
drink the dying soil, or water from the dying soil.
Good point.
You would go through a lot of trouble to try and this, well...
If they really wanted us dead, we'd be dead already.
That, yeah.
And let's be honest, if something happened, how hard would it be to burn down the entire forest?
Yeah, there's never no joke about
Caden,
you'd be surprised.
make sure that thing doesn't hear you.
I don't know, send Solus on it.
We're the ones that are
If they're good
starting
at
it
that.
by poisoning our water, yes.
Okay, guys, we're
I
going
don't
on a
think
wrong
they're-
path here. Let's not.
They're
Let's not, okay?
Please, just be quiet for now.
Can't resist a little shit talk. Oh,
You know, from no one.
I heard you should break your leg.
I know.
There.
I wonder what
He didn't
Chin's
change
thinks of
color,
this.
did he?
No, I don't think so.
He did not.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Great.
Wait
That
until they're out the
mushroom looks
gate.
delectable. I'm still a bit hungry.
Oh, just... No.
No, it looks like we're free to go.
I imagine
Perfect.
Cecilia, we haven't been told to leave yet. Come back.
Yeah,
no.
let's just avoid that topic entirely.
I do hope this doesn't
We
interfere
were
with
supposed
the
to stand here for the
attack.
next 10 hours as they tell us nothing.
Until we're dismissed, yes, unfortunately.
V's in your name.
Please feel free to
Well, this is not how I understand it.
explore your displeasure.
Well,
All the ways.
no use complaining.
Helpers have the audacity to judge our
Exactly.
work.
I met
him before.
That's great.
But I don't want to get sick standing here next to this blight.
Please ask for us, sir.
Oh, why did you stand there?
All the lives are not as important as my
Walk a bit
friends.
forward.
Yeah, because I'm
Blake, move 'em.
forced to.
Stop complaining.
It should be fine.
Have that meeting.
It's a miracle how people can just talk like they know situations.
I know. The audacity.
Tell I was including you.
Damn you.
Professor, are we dismissed? Or are we to
All
stand here and wait
captains
for them
and
to return?
lieutenants, please
wait in the arena. Everyone else is dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Roger. Yes, sir.
But I advise the rest of you train until then.
I regret turning around.
On to my next meeting.
Westwood.
Sorry, Rowan, I
We
did
have
hope
a
to
mission of
guide you.
utmost importance.
So me and you.
There is no time.
Congratulations, you guys. You get thrown into the deep end straight away.
Apparently he's gone.
Enjoy your second talk, Tel. We'll see you around.
See you later, Val.
This is the third, I'm pretty sure.
Take care.
I need to go.
You did the third.
She needed.
Yes.
Well, I guess we'll be in
The
the
front
training area.
fluxed. That's
If
why
we're not,
we're going.
Isn't coming back.
Well.
Follow me. Right.
How could you be having an encounter like that and run away talking about a beef problem?
Excuse me, what?
What's wrong with Aqua?
I have no idea. Zanura slipped by.
Anura, I think, is being accompanying Acteris.
I see, then I'll head to the meeting myself.
Yep.
Can you two fill me in?
Me and you are the ones without our advisors.
That would seem to be the case. Well, considering my advisor just stood face to face with a fae, I suppose it's only fair that they have other pressing matters.
Yep.
And you?
I had a volunteer from... I'll go on. I had a volunteer from Morgan, but I chose to keep her with the team for now.
You know, the very first time I ever saw Luca, he was running to the arena. He'd got all the way from the dorm to the grounds, and he was out of breath. I suspect he eats overmuch in the canteen.
Our advisors
That
are
could be
Sears, sir. Mine and Newman's. It's just us.
So glad to see you haven't fallen asleep.
That's fine.
Yes.
Is there a smell, Motev?
What do you mean?
I just noticed you wafting your nose.
Oh no, I was scratching my neck, sir.
They're being rather quiet. Interesting.
Sorry. I was having a moment earlier. It's fine.
I understand.
I believe that is everyone.
I believe so. In that case, we will keep it shortish. We have very little time to prepare. We have been approached by the physical incarnation of Kerno, a vassal for one Kira, goddess of the forest, and indeed of this island. I still can't quite believe I'm saying that.
I know.
Hopefully the novelty will wear off at some stage, but even so, they are... It appears that things for the Fae are rather dire. So dire, in fact, that they would risk corporealizing in front of us, walking to our grounds, and asking such meager mortals as we for help. And not only are things so dire that they would ask us for help, they would also send a Fae to escort us nicely right into the goddess's torture chamber. If the seers are indeed to believe. Kerno mentioned a man of sorts. Who this man is and what he wants is of utmost importance to determine, though I do not know if we'll be able to do so on this given mission. Apparently, whoever he is deceived this goddess, and as a result of that, she is undergoing no small degree of suffering, and indeed Kerno directly referenced the state that the island is currently in. I would really wait until the teachers weren't looking for an attempt to assassinate Luca, Yigo. You don't need to point the spear so brazenly at his back. He's got eyes on your position, Luca. You'll need to do a good job on this coming mission. Even so, tomorrow morning we are to be escorted by a lesser fae to the middle of their grounds through a bramble-thick path which is apparently long overridden. There is no knowing how old and how long it has been since any mortal has treaded that grounds. It is likely to be dangerous, and if the flood of this energy from this being, which truly, remarkably, is supposed to be strong enough that they are affecting us here within these very grounds, our water supply, our plants.
Everything you
Who
know.
knows what we're going to face.
That's the thing. The Fae mentioned that its children are defending the grounds. My worst suspicions are that you will be facing Fae itself. If that is the case, one thing that being mentioned was to not attack it. How does that work? I'm not sure. How are you supposed to defeat something you cannot kill? That'll be for you up to decide, although I understand it, that'd be best to capture it, to keep it from attacking others. That'd be the best course of action. But we'll leave that for you to decide. Now, did we wish
On the face
to...
of it,
Go
this
on.
mission demands stealth. First and foremost. We are promised boons. I'm very excited about boons from a forest god. If we are to deliver here to safety without harming any of these children, her children, the enraged and controlled, I believe was the word they used, Fae that inhabit this area. Our mission is sneak in. Harm no one, if possible. And free a forest god.
Simple enough.
Bit of a step up from worms, isn't it? I'm not gonna lie. It's yes.
We're all going to die. Great.
We leave tomorrow morning.
What?
Doubtless, a full invasion of all of our forces is almost destined to attract the, how shall we say, ire of the forests there, and then combat will be inevitable. We'll only be taking half of us, I'd say at most. We need to figure out which teams are best suited for this occasion between yourselves. And get ready for a morning's march. Any questions?
No, sir.
Well, in that case, there is much planning and preparations to be done. This is an enormously exciting opportunity, and I'm sure you're all aware of quite how much this stands to gain us. Very few people are fortunate enough to win the favor and gratitude of a forest god, wouldn't you agree? My word, this could be a turning point. If there's nothing else from any of the other assembled, then you are dismissed. Prepare well. We will be around should you need us.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Luca, you look like you want to do that thing where you wait until everybody's dismissed and then immediately ask a question immediately after me asking if there are any questions. You going to do that again? That would be the third time running. I'm waiting.
No, sir.
Good. Then get out of here. You have planning to do.
Wanzuku.
Okay.
Yeah.
On ship shop.
Let's go get the others and go back to our dorm. Did you tell him to go
One
there?
thing after another.
How do we decide that? Should we talk to everybody about it?
Yeah, shouldn't we talk to each other before we all disperse?
Oh, we absolutely should. Yes. Everyone will be at their dorms, right? That's what Ignis mentioned.
Fair enough.
I suppose we'll go knock on the doors.
Regardless, let's all just we'll talk to
stay
her
together and build up a collection of the rest of us, shall we?
All right.
Oh, sure.
We could also just take this all to our teams individually, decide who would even be up for going on this, and what kind of skills they can offer, and then reconvene with the captains and the lieutenants.
Go on.
I gotta go. Tell them what's happening.
Yeah.
Are we meeting in the dorms?
Go to your dorm.
We'll just
decide on
radio
people,
in
candidates.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later. Yeah.
All right.
We'll talk about it tonight then?
Yep.
Together?
Yeah.
Everybody? Okay.
Talk to you tonight. One thing after another. Ugh. Right, let's go find them.
Iko, where do you think that Umber went?
No, we're gonna go to the dorms. I think
Right.
they should be. They said they were going, so I'm gonna go there.
Oh, of course they're not here. Of course they're somewhere else.
Now we're just missing one.
Welcome back.
You're okay. Just breathe.
Is this teleportation sickness?
All right.
It's alright. You alright?
Cecilia,
Is he
Penny
good?
Wallan.
Did he teleport?
yeah,
he's fine. Come on, get up.
We are all due for a team meeting due to the recent events. Every team will be doing the same.
Understood.
Are you aware of where the others have gone?
You got a couple of chairs in the now.
The dorms.
Excuse you.
Good.
Two of
What's
us
the
have
deal?
left with the Fae. I'm not sure where the other two are.
I think
we,
probably should
Oh,
gather around
great.
first.
All right then.
Should we go
Well,
somewhere else?
feel free to patrol the area come night time.
At this moment.
Meet in the dorms. If you see any of them, direct them there. All right. I'll get searching then.
She's the one who can help me.
If
any of you sees Oriana,
in the arena, but this is
could you tell her to go to the dorm immediately?
Of course.
So Anura is over there. So is Ivian. I think they're still waiting for Kingsley and Professor Bombadil.
Go
All right. Well,
So they have returned and good. Alright, I'll leave you to them and I'll check the
I was
door.
just doing
Of
something
course.
with him. He said he just had to put something away and then he was gonna show back up here. So
well, pleasant. Not. Every single time there's just that look on her face. Disdain? Who knows? They're over here, right? By the gate. Ugh, rotten smell. Oh, they're not here. Ah, Rowan. Great.
Yeah.
Have you, happened to see Kingsley or Anura? They, were said to be over here. We all need to meet in the dorm post-haste, but I'm trying to gather us.
I was told that they were, I watched it.
I don't know if they came back yet, did they?
Apparently, they just arrived back and they were over here, so I'm going to assume that they
Perhaps they
walked
made
on
it
their
the
way
way to the
then.
dorm.
Right, if we head to the dorm then.
If you end up looking for Val, he's up, I think, in the lab.
The lab, right. I do need him.
I can go get him if you'd like.
Yes, that would be excellent, Rowan. Thank you.
Meet at the dorm?
The dorm, yes. Kingsley and Nora. 2 who remain. No, where could they be?
Probably have to go anyway, yeah.
Not a moment of rest held during the day, just like you said. Everyone's always got something for you to do. Well, they're not there. Oof.
I've instructed Nora and Val.
Excellent.
Val is going to instruct Rowan at the training grounds.
Rowan's just gone to go look for Val at the lab. I'll be a moment.
Then I will meet them at the lab.
Nora,
Kingsley's still outside the bar.
Right, got it.
He's still outside the barrier with Professor Caldwell.
Oh, my legs are giving in.
You alright?
Yes, just one thing after another today, isn't it?
It's been like that for about a couple of hours. What did you think? If you were there.
Well, quite the sight. Honestly, I expected the Fae to be a little more friendly-looking. The one of them genuinely terrified me.
Oh.
He's already there. We're waiting on you.
They don't look very pretty a lot of the times.
No. Perhaps Cheems had misled me.
I'm not sure if Cheems is a fae.
Wait, he's not?
Fae
What's
and
the
spirits
difference?
are
Is
not
he a
the same
spirit?
thing.
Is a Can you have a Fae spirit? Is that a...
Calling a fae a spirit is insulting, but calling a spirit fae is not. A spirit doesn't really know the difference. A spirit could be created out of an area that has a lot of energy from a particular plane, like a fire spirit or water spirit.
And the plane of the Fae means you could have a Fae spirit.
Fae are
Got
intelligent.
it. Got it. Well,
They're intelligent. They are people.
got me educated. The people who value themselves much higher than us, but rightfully
Well,
so,
they
I
should.
suppose. Right. Well, the current plan as it stands, since you're
They can also be quite meticulous with their deals.
I see. We are offered boons, as far as I understand, for helping them.
Well, yes. If none of them die.
Yes.
And if one were to die, then that might spell trouble for us. But as long as Kier
unable to
returns,
find
should be
Rowan.
fine.
Cecilia has
he
gone
was
to go
looking for you.
find Rowan at the lab, because he went to go search for
Oh my
you.
god.
You can't make this up, Val. Everyone's all over the place.
You really
Maybe
can't.
they have some of Cecilia.
Is Bombadil still in?
Take that as a no.
Mm.
Why would I be at
Have
the
some
lab?
bones to pick with that stupid old man.
You thought you were there. Well, Kingsley's here at least. Great.
Has anybody seen Bombadil?
At night.
No, we were just asking.
I'm
about
actually looking for him as well. You might want to go look for him together.
Did you find Bombadil?
I have not,
No,
no.
I'm actually also
I'm going to
looking
go
for him.
grab
He was
something quick.
in the
I'll be
arena.
back
Go
momentarily.
ahead. No one.
Ah,
If
let's
Rowan
go look
comes
again.
back, just tell him to
He can stay.
yeah.
Yes. You kidding me? What am I, the team's lackey? No, I'm the leader, but still. Whatever. Oh, shifted my foot. Oopsie. Those two are talking, are they? Not interrupting it, sorry. Well, silence, Tel. Finally, a moment of peace.
Okay. So.
Oh, Rowan. Apologies. Thought I heard you coming.
Sorry about that.
It's fine.
Tel apparently has been sent by Cecilia to start a patrol.
We'll start doing patrols until nightfall.
Wait, who
I
has?
don't know. Tal.
Tal.
God.
Tel.
Yeah.
Val.
No, Val. Oh my goodness. Sorry, a lot of new names.
Hey, Rowan, question.
Val has.
Val was looking for you, actually.
Oh god. Yep. Oh, like, okay.
He was in full armor. Helmet and everything.
Right, that's, I think that's probably about the patrols.
Yeah, probably. Tell you alright?
No, it's fine.
Why, what's going on now? Come on, tell me.
No, it's fine. Look, right. I wanted us all to meet in the dorms when we had gathered together, so what happened was, Rowan went to go and get Val at the lab. Val came back. Then, Cecilia went to go and get you at the lab. But Val had been searching for you at the training grounds. Yes, I do.
I think me and Nora and Ivan are needed at the castle to have talks with the professors.
It's fine. We're not trying to decide who goes on a mission to deal with the Fae. I know clearly the seers are, so...
It's not... Here's the problem. Well, here's the problem. That's literally what we're about to go talk about. Because I worry that, wrong people are going to get put on that mission.
Right.
And because I have to go, I have to deal with that. I have to deal with the consequences of their actions.
In that case then, Kingsley, we'll all have a discussion about this later once everyone is back in the dorm. It will be discussed. If it is not, then... Ugh. But, before that...
Yes.
There is another very important matter I need to discuss to everyone about, which I have been briefed on today by the professors, and since you can have a think about it alongside this huge Fae problem, can't you tell I'm a little stressed?
Mm-hmm.
You all are going to need to decide by the end of the day, apparently, what role you fit in within the team, and that role happens to be out of 4. They're very distinct, and I'll describe them to both of you right now. There is a striker. Okay. The striker is an offensive member of the team using close combat methods. A defender, who, clearly it's self-explanatory, provides defense for the team. Welcome, Val. I'll start again just to fill you in so you can join in on the deciding tonight when we're all actually here to discuss the other thing.
Okay, I can already take you on defensive. There you go. I need to go. Sorry.
Go! I didn't get to the good part, which was to do with the exact responsibilities and what it entailed, but they would have been defensive anyway. So, we have been given 4 roles.
Is it about the Fae?
No. It's not. So.
Oh, interesting.
But you do need to decide for the end of the night and be ready for tomorrow or the day after when it gets brought up.
I choose
it's
offense.
Important. Unfortunately, I would suggest ranged for you, but I suppose you could choose offense.
I have 10 shots, Tail.
Yes, but right.
Once that's up, I'm going into melee regardless.
That is fine, but Val, you see, this is where we start. Ugh. I'll start with the briefing since I've got you both here. Rowan, feel free to take a seat. Rowan, feel free... I was not speaking for a moment, apologies. Rowan, feel free to take a seat. I'm going to explain from the beginning what all of this is for. Right, so... we are of course to decide out of 4 roles for ourselves, but the reasoning is to do exclusively with Rift Beasts and the curriculum you will be receiving at this academy from this point onwards. Should you choose to be offensive, you will be particularly dealing or taught how to deal with one type of Rift Beast best suited to an offensive student, or at least team member. Ranged will be taught how to deal with another. A shield will be taught how to deal with another. And a healer, not a mage, a healer, which is a very specific role, will be taught to deal with yet another. And as a team leader and second in command of Nura eventually, we have to learn all of the types and understand them very well alongside what we're doing with our curriculum and training. So, to begin from the beginning again, the offensive position, again there are 6 of us and 4 roles, so we can split them. The offensive team members are to deal with close combat almost exclusively through their training. It is about speed and mobility to strike. Right? Defensive is about understanding an assault against you and how to best defend others around you. Quite self-explanatory, but also how to stagger something perhaps much larger. Again, Rift Beasts. Ranged, well, again self-explanatory, but since you're our real ranged candidate here, alongside, I suppose, Anura by those classifications, Val, I would suggest perhaps you would be suited for that education alongside, of course, the versatility that comes from melee prowess and your armor. After all, I can't go around shooting anything with a gun, can I? Not yet, anyway, or ever.
I mean...
I get it.
He could make you a gun.
I know, but I don't want one. Now, to continue on from that, the healer specialization is mainly supportive, of course, and understanding how to best fend for oneself for the sake of others, but also how to be an all-rounder, as per se. So, very different from, well, perhaps what you might have expected, how to heal people. Much more than that.
I'm honestly more of an all-rounder.
I know, but you can't heal, can you? So
All-rounder
therefore you can't
is-
provide support in that way.
An all-rounder is
I'll
kind of
bring
what I was aiming for.
potions.
But, so... I think
Right.
that healer would definitely suit me.
Well, Rowan, I haven't seen what you can do yet, so I'll wait for your explanation.
He can make a giant wall and has 2nd level healing. Or second
Oh,
circle
excellent!
healing.
Well, alright, you are the most worthy candidate on our team. I mean, Cecilia...
He can
also
actually
is
make a
capable.
wall that can rival Kingsley's shield.
Wait, you're kidding me,
And
really?
I can shoot over it.
I can show you if you'd like.
Sure, let's do it right in the middle of the dorm. There's enough space, it doesn't cause damage, does it?
Actually, yes, there's plenty of room. It's just
There are
divine
people
magic. I'm going to stay seated, because I'm not getting close to divine magic.
Right.
No offense, of course.
None taken, I suppose?
I don't want to blow us all up.
Lasts about a minute, or I can maintain it. It's physical.
Well,
ranged combatants can shoot over it.
And it's just see-through enough where I can see enemies behind it.
Right. Okay, you can put it away now, I'm impressed. And you can heal on top at 2nd level.
Yes, only at 2nd circle, but yes.
Sorry, 2nd circle, yes. And you're trained
Wait, you
in how
can't
to
heal
use
at first circle.
I cannot. It sort of came naturally when I was learning.
Interesting.
There.
That's actually quite... I dare say we found a prodigy.
Well, first circle would be a lot better for... Well, not first. My first spell was my... I also have a protective aura.
He also has a protective aura.
I suppose.
Yes.
What have I been doing?
Do you see it? Do you see it?
I see it.
You
Tell
have
me,
martial
you can
prowess.
literally disappear and reappear.
Also that.
Right, but... Okay. Rowan called me impressed. I extend the invitation to Team Loom. Never mind, you already have it. Right.
Give yourself more credit, Tel'Kahras.
I did learn something. I'm working on something. I'm getting somewhere. If we're showing things, it's nowhere near as impressive. I actually forget I said anything. I need to work on something.
Alright, we'll forget you said anything.
You're saying that because...
I'm still debating whether or not I want to be ranged or offensive, to be honest.
Well, the decision is yours at the end of the day to make.
I will say I am planning on making more close quarters items, but also ranged. I'm kind of balancing it.
Well, I dare say it would be best to have a discussion with Anura on the matter and decide between yourselves. We ideally need one member of the team suited to that position. Ideally one of each.
I'm sure Anura will take ranged. That's
Surefire for her, yes.
all she can do, unfortunately.
Well,
do we have someone taking offensive besides yourself?
No, we do not. Unless, of course, Cecilia, who...
Come in. Door's unlocked.
Thank you. Most kind.
Professor.
Professor. Good day. Cecilia, and I don't believe I've got your name. Rowan, is it?
No, sir. Rowan, yes.
Rowan, I thought I'd heard that correctly from someone else. My, you, dress sharp. So doubtless...
Thank you.
You will be going on tomorrow's endeavor, given that not one, but two of the vital seers are from your team. How are we feeling?
Ready as always, sir.
I'm glad to hear it, though I dare say a man clad in iron and steel might not be well received on this one, Val. This will be a test of your ability to remain discreet. And what of you, Rowan? I have not learned your strengths yet.
I have divine magic affinity, so not much combat experience yet, but as far as medical goes,
I see. I'm glad that you have made fast friends. Even so, I would not interrupt these preparations. Else to say that do keep the nature of the Fae in mind. They are tricksters and seek to lure and deceive where necessary. It is likely that you will need to be fast of wits should you find yourself talking to one, lest you promise things you are not quite prepared to give up. Even so, well, I just went to find you in the Aethertech laboratory, only to find Ventus sitting there having one of their deep, meaningful discussions
I
instead.
actually saw them as well. I was grabbing my notebook should the Fae be nosy enough to look.
Very wise indeed. Was there anything you wish to speak to me? Did you still need that, or would you prefer to go about your evening's preparations?
Well, Val, the decision is
If
yours
it's
to
all right
make.
with you, Tel.
Of course.
Do we need to sort you with something to knock yourself out tonight?
No, I'll be fine. Professor, thank you.
If you say so.
Manage it myself.
They do enjoy their use of sleep magics. It would be good if you were at least somewhat able to ward off their charms. Well.
Very well.
Shall we head outside, or is it something you can discuss publicly?
Or private location, if you wouldn't mind.
Very good.
There
In
is
that
fine
case,
basement
I
of
shall
secrets.
head on out and cease to interrupt your evening feeds. What was that?
There is the basement of secrets if the two of you wishes to converse in there instead of outside.
Is that what it's called?
Quite true.
No, that's not called
Well,
that, but...
it's less likely that the Fae is watching from afar if you're underground, yes.
The basement of secrets. That does sound exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I did actually have some plans on storing some equipment here.
So you're naming our basement now?
Is that not the basement's name?
Not that I was aware of, Cecilia. Regardless, it doesn't matter.
What was it before?
It didn't have a name, but we had planned.
What? Well, it has been coined now.
Well, I
Philosophy
suppose...
is the nameless power it holds, so if you wish to change it, then you should do so now.
Yes, perhaps we should vote on it. Regardless, I'm happy to go with that name if it brings you some pleasure for now. Alright? Then, in that case, Cecilia, allow me to brief you on what I had just briefed Val and Rowan on alongside Kingsley before he had to leave, as we are in the middle of preparations for an all-out meander into the realm of a Fey god, after all. So, there is a pressing matter, first of all, that was described to us captains that we are to ensure all of our team members are aware of and should have handled tonight with their decisions. As you're well aware, we came to this academy to deal with rift beasts. Now, the professors have taken it upon themselves to so generously afford our curriculum a change in pace considering recent circumstances. I'm sure you've heard of what lies below the academy, potentially.
It is. I've been instructed not to go to the main gates or below the academy for any reason until it's done.
Of course. Well, in that case then, it will be no surprise for me to
That's
say...
my reason for not wanting to stand over there before. Yes.
Then I apologize for incorrectly assuming it was you wishing to be stood next to the team that you are now once again a part of. Right. Well, in that case, we have been instructed to inform our team members that they are to decide on 1 out of 4 roles for themselves. Each of these roles will be handling a specific type of rift beast, or at least you'll be taught how to in great detail. Alongside this, you'll also be receiving education fitting of the role's namesake, which I will describe. The first role is offense. An offensive team member is a close quarters combatant focused on speed and getting into the fray with agility. There is additionally defense, or defensive, which is quite self-explanatory once again, but such team members will be dealing with larger foes and be taught how to deal against staggering blows and protect valuable assets of their team during, sir. Third, there are ranged combatants, the ranged role, per se. Which, again, self-explanatory. Ranged combatants will be dealing with threats from the rift beasts in the skies itself and elements that we could not handle otherwise without their swift arrows, bolts, or I believe gunpowder is the correct term, or magic as well. Now, outside of those three roles, there is a fourth role, aptly given the title of healer. Now, a healer, of course, is focused on providing support to the team. In many different ways, they are considered an all-rounder, but most of all, the protection of their own life so that they can provide aid to their team members is imperative. You'll be taught a great mix of things, but most of all, how to support your team the best in any given situation. You are all expected to learn of an individual type of rift beast and the best way to combat it for your designated role. And you are to share this information with your fellow team members. Eventually, the goal is we all learn from each other. Team captains and second-in-commands eventually, of course, are expected to learn it in full to understand. So, we have a greater role ahead of us for that alongside our chosen curriculum. So, you are free to make the choice yourself, however you see yourself best fitting. If I may spread what I know of our other team members so far, Val is taking interest in offense. I myself am taking interest in offense. Rowan here is taking interest in healer as a role. Additionally, Anura would likely fall under ranged. Now, all 4 bases are covered. Of course, Kingsley, defensive. All 4 bases are covered.
Aye, yes.
You are free to slot into wherever you would like. Considering your previous skills and your ability to heal at first level, which I must admit is quite the boon, considering one of Rowan's particular weaknesses is he only is able to heal at second level.
I see.
I believe you have a, clear path you could choose, but the choice is yours.
Mm-hmm.
I've told you everything I know. Other than that, if there's anything you wish to know about the Fae, when it comes to it, we'll be discussing that with Anura and Kingsley. After all, they are the experts and seers. That is all.
Understood.
Do you have any questions, Cecilia?
Nay, I do not.
Very well. Then I'm glad to have kept this quick for you. You're free to go.
Understood. Do you wish for me to patrol the rest of the evening or no?
You may do as you find fitting. There are to be other students patrolling. If you wish to join them, you may.
Very well. Take care.
Yourself
What is
too.
my deadline for this decision?
The deadline is by the end of tonight. That is what we have been instructed. I understand it's short notice, but...
Understood. I will get to something then in time. Mhm.
Very well.
Bye.
Goodbye. Sorry to be so quick about that, Rowan, and decisive. I thought it would be best to handle the situation.
No, I mean, I understand. Also, there's probably going to be, you're going to have to say it 2 more times, I imagine, so.
Of course. I did try to vary it up.
Oh my. Yeah, no, I mean, got the point across.
Yes.
So I guess we're going on that mission then.
Well,
Not
it
that I'm
sounds like
interested,
it to
of course,
Nella. But I
I assumed that'd be the case.
Ventus is ready to have a meeting. Just give us his place.
Sorry, I received word from Ventus that they're ready to have their meeting.
Umbra is ready as well.
And Umbra?
What remains of Terra today is prepared?
Captain's meeting?
Terra's prepared. Yes, for discussing who will be heading on this mission.
Where are we meeting?
Of course.
I do have much to tell.
The walk.
Oh my. I suppose I need to... Oh, right, that reminds me.
What remains of Terra is also in the training grounds of that narrows down location.
Just 2 days ago. When we were
Only
learning...
when my lieutenant and I are going to be showing up, so it doesn't matter to us.
On your weapon with blood.
Right.
I have trouble with steady hands to an extent in that degree, especially when it's fine, like painting. I was hoping and tell Val, I'm going to get that confused a lot, suggested you to go to you with this, to get it carved along the side of my weapon so I can merely trace it.
Smart.
Rather than
Sure. What is that? Wood?
Rely on it. It's wood, so it should be easy enough.
Excellent. I can do that for you. If you just leave it on the table in the dorm, I'll make sure to go handle it in the night for you. Alright?
Sounds good. I'll carry it with me for now, but...
I will need to learn the ritual myself. I'm afraid I haven't seen the runes yet, but I am to be given them by Tel'Kahras, so I'll be able to sort that out for you.
Of course.
Alright. Well...
I appreciate a lot.
Of course. I have a meeting to get to, I'm afraid, Vero, and I'd love to chat more, but perhaps I'll see you later.
No, man. You're a busy man. Good, down with that.
Of course. See you, Rowan. Take care. Alright, this is Tel'Kahras. I'm ready to meet with the team leaders. Where is the meeting location?
Very much curious to see what benefit you bring to this team, let alone...
Training grounds by what it seems.
Understood. On my way. Endless running, Tel. I get word I haven't muted.
Is it going to end up with you having to attack that something? Or
No,
is it just
no,
something
I'm
that
not.
we need to
No,
see
non-combative. Remember?
Kingsley.
Let's not say that stuff and spread rumors,
Have you happened
please.
to see Honora anywhere?
I know what we're doing. I'm smart.
No, I've not seen Honora at all.
That is something that I've been struggling with as
Well,
well.
this is fine.
So,
Is
everything
that
good?
everything that you know? Yes. Is that
I'll give you a brief
about
catch
your
up after
situation?
this
Are you sure
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
all.
want to say it?
Yeah, there's nothing to say to you. It's fine.
I know we're just about to now.
There was something.
Maybe
I
you're
talked to
just-
Professor Bellicosa. No, Zuko, would you let me finish? I spoke to Professor Bellicosa. I was asking a question about if we're sending 3 of the 6 teams or if we're sending.
I got clarification for that.
Yeah, but I spoke to her and she actually told me to bring my suggestion up to everyone. She was not. She seemed like she liked it. So the suggestion I was saying was that since this is not a combative thing and teams are composed of people who are either like half combative, half not, or whatever, like just a various mix of things, right? It might make sense to instead send half of each team of the people who are best fit for the mission.
I heard that from the other professors, they convened and talked, and apparently they want some people on there that are good at combat in case things go south. That way, there's a way to retreat. Other than that, apparently they already have some candidate, or rather teams that they've had in mind to send on this, which is namely Terra, Lumen, and Umbra. Given that, I guess we have the most people with stealth capabilities.
Right. If I may put forward,
Makes
it's
the
been
most
expressively presented by Professor Nella
Told to
heading
us.
into our dorm that this is, for all intensive purposes, a spy mission. We're to keep quiet and be as quick as possible. So, I dare say what Mitesh is saying is actually more fitting. I find it appropriate that the best possible units for the job are sent forward, including Seers, of course.
I feel like there's conflicting information then, because what I was told was that was something that Neller was a part of, the discussion that the other professors had.
Of course, he did mention that, of course, Lumen would be considered as a team to go, considering our situation with Seers, but... in a time of...
My worry is that...
Go ahead.
My worry is that if the squads are split up and, well, we have team structures for a reason. People are used to following the orders of the captains that are assigned to their squad, and breaking that up could instill a lot of chaos into the formation.
It's true.
Correct.
I think it'd be a lot wiser to have... Yeah, and I think it'd be a lot wiser to have...
What to do, grow up.
It's not about growing up, it's about understanding how someone else's leadership works, and being able to follow their orders and understand what they're telling you to do.
I guess that's fair for someone with a different skill set.
So, rather than having a grab bag of a bunch of different students, it would make sense to have at least 3 main teams, and then extra auxiliary students supporting from other teams. Kind of like what we did for the Linville mission.
I do agree.
If I may step in, this isn't particularly a stealth mission. It's focused on unharming those we're going against, mobilizing, incapacitating, no lethal blows, anything like that.
Ivan.
Yes.
Would you say knocking out whatever we're fighting would be a bad idea?
I think if it comes to that, we're going to be forced to knock things out. I think that's what he's getting at.
That's okay. I'm just asking if that is something that is okay to do.
Unconscious is most likely recommended. Death,
better than dead.
Definitely.
Okay. No, of course. I'm saying that if even putting them unconscious would cause trouble, that is what I was asking.
Well, I guess we'll have to
Do you guys remember
They have a hive mind.
the flag event? We all
Yes.
got the dull weapon potion. What if we use that on everybody's weapons?
That's true. We had.
I know supplies are running low, but
I don't know how they're going to react to it, though. That's it.
I think it's too risky.
They'll still react
Way too
poorly to
risky.
having weapons drawn on them in the first place.
well, the idea is not to draw weapons on them unless, it absolutely comes to it.
The primary.
If it comes to it, I say we retreat.
Stealth in, so having those people that can.
Yeah, but if we're encircled, we're going to need to break through.
Originally be that way. However, as I was talking with my team earlier, if we had things like nets and stuff like that, ropes, all those kinds of things, it would be easier to subdue a myriad of different forms of creatures.
The problem is we are really low on supplies. Yeah, I just spoke to the professors about getting help with equipment. He said we don't really have much laying around anymore. Apparently a lot of personal projects have been taking up a lot of the resources.
Well, do you like bed sheets?
I don't really know how strong a Fae is, but do you think that would
fight
hold
them
it?
entirely?
It's very resourceful.
We do have a main objective. We could simply attempt to distract them long enough until we manage to find what we're looking for.
A good point. Perhaps.
I mean, obviously, that's going to be though. Right now, I feel like we're really hung up on contingencies.
On this distraction.
We need to make sure that we are focused on the main plan, which is to get in there, preferably quietly, dispatch whatever target is holding hostage this creature and free the creature, and then get out. And failing that, well, any exit strategy is going to highly depend on the terrain and the situation and the enemies that we encounter.
Well said.
Focus on getting out. it's a phase enemy. I don't know how powerful it might be, but I don't think that killing it is necessarily required. We're doing it if we can just free the goddess. As Nella put
I
it.
will like to make this point. Assuming most of you don't exactly have experience with these creatures, you have to expect the unexpected. You don't... Well, honestly, only seers really know what exactly is happening, but it is important to do not underestimate your enemy, even though they may seem harmless or even friendly. They're there to kill you. So, keep your eyes open.
Yeah, that's why this mission is extra dangerous, because we can't really fight back, not in a lethal capacity.
I think that any harm would probably be a problem. So if we're at the point of harming them, then not really sure what do we do, right? Because this thing we're getting, it's not just a creature. The thing we're saving, this is like
a god.
A
of the
goddess
island.
or something like that.
Right. Big deal. Yep.
Again,
May I
if we
make a
can't...
suggestion? Barring stealth fails, would it not be wise to just create a shield wall? If there's, because it's in a ravine, right? If there's no room, then we're screwed. Form a wall, like a circle of shields. Move in, get the target, move out.
If possible.
Just brute force it.
Yeah, I think
basically.
that's a good idea.
Now we're getting completely off guard of what the heart of the mission is, which is stealth. Obviously, if we have to, we can resort to other measures, but I think trying to focus
If
too
you're
much
going
on
stealth,
side plans
you
is
can
not a
maximum
good idea.
have 5 people. You don't want to send, 16, 20?
Caden has a
big
point.
group of people sneaking around is not really the best.
The problem is, with a small group, the Fae will just tear them apart. So we have to strike a middle
Stealth
ground.
isn't an option.
So maybe stealth just doesn't come up.
That's why we strike hard and fast. The idea is to get in quickly and quietly as possible.
Again, as
Well,
you
yeah.
said, brute force your way through. Shield up front, dash forward, and just get to the target.
The way that you're... No, we have to be careful first.
You wouldn't do it fast. You'd have to go slow, methodically, push your way in, get the target, push your way out.
If I could interrupt...
It's the only option to do it like that.
Yes, if I could interrupt. Ivian Kingsley, your experiences as seers with the Fae, how dangerous on a scale of 1 to 10 would you say an individual Fae could be for one student at this academy?
4 to 11.
Right.
Yeah, it can range. It can genuinely vary.
And out of expectation, would you say we're going to be facing a fair few Fae, or a lot of Fae that we will struggle to manage with, based on the fact it's perhaps a goddess in that location?
If it's under the task of defending a god, then we could be facing a small army.
Right.
Yeah.
So, would you realistically say that 4 to 11 for each Fae would be something a bunch of students who are defensive in nature using a shield wall could overcome, or would you say they would be slaughtered?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Because we don't know what we're up against in regards to...
Right.
Let's assume the wolves. What if it's
I would
a
hate
small
to say
army,
it,
like you said.
Then marching through as a shield wall is signing your death warrant.
Which means a retreat.
Which means failure.
Precisely.
Which means Dead Island, which means we leave.
I think we should stick to the professor's suggestion and try a quick stealth tactic. They seem to think that it's reasonable for about half the students to go. I think that we should stick to their gut intuition. They've been through a lot more than we have.
We'll probably be able to go through different paths, so it's not just 20 of us going down one like straight road, right? We'll probably have different options once we're there.
That's the hope. And the people that are good at forest tracking will be in the front scouting the head for us. That's the ideal way to move.
I will say, even if Ignis doesn't get picked, I've been scavenging, surviving on my own for probably 8 or 10 years before I came here. I'm more than willing to lend whatever I can to be on this mission. And if we're doing stealth as well, Philia is very small. I don't know much about her, but she has this Avertech shield generator thing.
Shield of Femme.
That could also
If that thing makes any sounds, though.
If
she
could
drops
draw
in or
anything,
anything like
yeah.
that.
I think it's a good idea.
Right.
Yeah, if we have shields either way, though.
Sir?
Just in case.
Of course. The idea that the professors put forward is so essentially half the job would be stealth, and the people that would be stealthing would be scouting ahead for the rest of the group, and the rest of the group is there to ensure that there is a safe retreat. Essentially, combat if it comes to that. So, to that end, I think we should stick with the professor's plan of Terra, Lumen, and Umbra, and then we take a few auxiliaries like Murtesh, maybe Oriana, and people that can heal and can subdue without causing lethal damage.
I agree.
How many shields is in that team, though? Those teams.
This is going to sound bad, especially on my part, but I know there are some people I don't trust enough to go, and one of them is in one of those teams. So we would have to replace them with somebody else.
Alright.
We'll have to discuss the specifics of that then.
I think this
But as
issue
far
should be
as-
dealt with on a... Oh, sorry.
As far as Umbra goes, we have 3 people that specialize in forest-related stealth alone, and then the rest of us are, capable in combat.
Well, with Lumen, we've got 2 seers, and 1 member who's capable of stealth, and the other who has good military expertise for keeping his head low and making sure he can report back everything he sees. That's what bonuses we have to offer, I suppose. Terra?
Okay. We were to specialize in scouting as a squad for a while. I believe we are all combat capable. We are all definitely capable of survival. I am a bit confused. So, for clarification, we are sticking with the full squads of Umbra, Terra, and Lumen.
And
That's the
replacing...
suggestion I put forward, yeah.
Yes, and potentially replacing 1 or 2 outliers who may cause significant problems, as per the Seer's suggestions, if we are to take them, with more suitable candidates for the mission.
With Ivy, we have all 3 seers. Morgan specializes in non-lethal combat. I'm sure the rest of us can manage it if need be. And we can adapt.
And to answer your question from earlier, with the 3 teams, I think that gives us 4 shields, which I think that's a pretty good, solid front line.
If you guys maybe are gonna take some out of the teams, maybe have 1 more shield or 2.
It's not a bad idea.
Something we should also consider are healing abilities, just in case.
What is a rough estimate of the people that might be thrown out or placed?
Should we know maybe who that is?
We should, but
I feel
I
like
don't
the
know if
captain
you're
should
to
discuss
see it.
that
Yeah,
one.
I feel like that should be discussed by the captains.
With the seals, of course.
If you want to voice your concern to your captain, then
Surprising amount
we can
of
talk
people
about it.
here who aren't captains for this captain's meeting.
Yeah.
I came to offer a suggestion that Miss Bellicosa told me to offer up, which was to instead bring free people from each team instead of bringing free teams of 6 teams. So bring half of the same amount of people, but you can because of the operation of the mission being more stealth and less combative focused, you can take out some of the people that aren't necessary and only or bring the most important people from each team that you might miss otherwise.
Sounds messy.
yes, sir, that's what
And we are
I think breaking down the command structure like that would be
Yeah.
cause its own issues. Are any of the captains against the current suggestion of Lumen, Umbra, and Terra?
Yes.
With filling in outliers that would either be not going or would be problems on the mission?
As long as we have a little wiggle room with that substitution clause, I think that's workable.
We should probably discuss who
I'm in
those
agreement,
people
yeah.
are before right now, after everyone else leaves.
Well, it might be
Well,
a
if
good
possible.
idea. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult
We're
since
gonna
LeBron
have-
isn't here.
I was going to say, if possible, could
I'm going to refer
the seers actually have a private talk, because we have not been able to have a talk at all today, because we've been dealing with all of this. So we'd like to at least have a talk about who...
Well, go chase after Honora then and have 10 minutes.
I just saw her.
Yeah.
Right,
Go ahead.
we're back.
We still have things to discuss after all. Right.
I think now would be a good time to excuse anyone that's not a captain, and we can talk about people that will not be taking part in the mission, whether it be because they are unsuited or untrusted or otherwise.
Before you run off, will you
Hmm?
accompany Solaris somewhere?
meeting in
I guess I'll go with that.
Cancel the Malik.
See you back at the door.
I would like to humbly request a requisition of 1 stamina potion for use in the mission, to ensure that I am not tired during it. I have been warned that Fae are capable of using sleep magic.
If I don't see you then before I head to bed, good night.
I'll allow it.
Sure.
Thank you. Cancel. Very well.
He's right there. Yeah, if you want to go get him quick. Where'd he go? There he is. He's by Luca.
Sleep magic, you were saying?
Yes, Professor Nella made good mention of it.
Zuko, once you're done, I need
Alongside
to talk
keeping
to you.
your wit for any
can't right now,
bargains they may have offered. Apparently they're quite tricky.
Important. Zuko.
It's something I'll be discussing with all the captains as it's confidential information.
Talk about it.
Right, alright.
Alright.
Okay,
thought
you would
we
not
would-
know anything about the person that Kingsley doesn't trust, would you?
Here who aren't team captains. Avi, get the fuck out of here.
No, I thought they were having it somewhere else. They should have communicated that better.
Listen, I'm gonna repeat it again, but I've never seen Murtish this serious about something. I feel like I have to put him there. I feel like it's very important. But I also have the feeling that one of the people that they think we shouldn't bring is him. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's trust. Maybe it's lack of information. He doesn't have the information himself. From what I know, it's just a feeling.
Who was
If there's one thing that's going to get people killed, it is going to be wasting time on who trusts who or who makes what moves. So if there is a reason to doubt, we need to move on with it, and we probably just need to take it for, that account. So if we have reason to believe it's Murtash, we should probably put him at the very least like second to third at the bottom of the list. He can help, sure, with the prep, give us some pointers, but maybe just not take him.
He's been.
What is wrong with Murtash?
I'm not sure, but he feels very strongly about having to go to this mission. I'm not exactly sure why. I tried to get more information out of it, but all he could say is, I just need to see something for myself. He made sure to say that he's non-combative. There's nothing that he wants to kill or attack or any of the sorts. It's just something important that he needs to see.
Kill.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the potential issue is. Is there an issue with
No, I don't think there's an issue. I just think that maybe one of the people that they aren't.
I've heard the opposite recommendation from Solus and Irene today.
Have recommended that
They
Ignis do not go
are
on this
concerned about their behavior
I'm
on a
not
mission
talking
like
about
this.
Ignis. I'm discussing
Myrtecius?
we have Myrtecius.
No,
Further,
Solus
I
and
understand from Oriana that the team's captaincy has failed to give not one, but two crucial messages to their team members today.
Have you informed your teams of their roles that needed to be assigned? Just to...
Yes, I did.
I have.
But so much came up that they weren't able to give me any final answers yet. But I have a rough estimate of who belongs where.
I have all but Anura.
Olvi is the only one who did not answer, but everyone else did. In
Very
mine,
good,
Terra.
Jackson.
Right. Well, to continue with our discussion regarding the mission, Professor Nella, you divulged some information regarding the Fae and tricks they may play to keep your wits about you, and of course of sleep magic too. Could you divulge the other captains in this, please? As I believe it needs to be said.
Certainly, I would be happy to do so. The Fae are tricksters by nature, often using illusions, invisibility, or wordplay to their favor. The best way to go about dealing with any Fae, from a defensive point of view, is absolutely not to tread into their territory and to call them into yours. Given that we can't exactly burn them out this time, however, we are going to need teams that are quick-witted, light on their feet, and focused. We cannot have people moving off independently. If you have any doubts that you would be able to control one or more of your team members in this delicate endeavor, then I would reconsider whether or not this is the occasion and outing for your given team. That being said, we do know, based on what Kano has told us, that the Fae, how shall we say, these Fae are being controlled or influenced in some manner. Now that could be due to the suffering of their captor, this Kier. We've already seen how this individual is capable of affecting the land around this very school. Who knows how it's affecting those who are closest to her. However, it was also mentioned a man, though he did not go further into details, a trickster, some sort of controlling entity. Whoever it is appears to have brought a god low, which means that we cannot rule out mental magic. If that is the case, it is likely that their controller will not be able to bring their normal powers fully to bear, and they may act in a more mundane way than Fae would of their usual accord. This man is a big unknown. He could just be someone who pulled off the gambit of a lifetime. It could be an extremely powerful sorcerer. I don't know. In fact, there's so many unknowns on this right now that we need laser focus. And to complete this as quickly as possible, do not err from the path. If you hear crying or screaming, if they implant illusions in your head of lost loved ones, or the crying of babies, that sort of thing. Fae do not understand humans well, so often their tricks are obvious. However, under the heat of battle, it is very easy to fall for such things. So, laser focus, light foot, wits about you, and controlled. That is all I think I can offer you on this occasion.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Right.
To that end, we should really decide, or well, if anyone has any obvious candidates that they'd like to call out who are not fit for the mission, that are on the teams that are going, you should speak up now.
You already know what my answer is going to be.
Well, then tell me.
Murtish.
You think they're unfit to go?
No, fit to go.
I'm asking if anyone thinks that there is anyone unfit who is currently going.
As it stands,
on one of the teams that are going.
Val, as an individual, has mentioned beforehand, alongside Anura, of the Fae's dislike, or the spirits, to Aethertech. As you know, Val is, well, half to 3/4 made of machinery. Therefore, it may prove to be a problem. Of course, these Fae are going to be targeting us all anyway, so angering spirits and Fae that are already angry perhaps isn't of concern, but I thought it worth mentioning.
Do we know if they can sense Aethertech, or if it's just, they don't like it?
It should be worth mentioning at this stage that for a mission this delicate, we should not be splitting up the teams. A whole team goes or it doesn't. As far as I am concerned, Lumen, given the 2 of the seers are from that team, should be going as an absolute definite and in totality.
I agree. I need my whole team, regardless of how they feel about themselves. Irene and Solaris are going.
Very well.
They're here to work on getting control of themselves. That's what they're going to do.
The same for Umbra, then. Then can we request 1 or 2 auxiliaries from other teams? I believe we're kind of low on
if
the
we
healer
bloat the
department.
numbers too much, then it is going to become an issue, and it directly affects our ability to sneak within this territory.
Right, we'll be your company, right? Okay.
Well, in that case then, the seers have returned, I believe, to give their input on unfetting candidates, if it is truly an issue. After all, they're our experts. You want to come over?
Please join the circle.
Right. Stage is yours.
Should we go team by team?
Team by team.
Yep.
First of the teams who are going or not?
You are not.
Teams who are.
The teams who are going are likely. Lumen, but we would decide to leave Val and Cecilia at home.
And Cecilia, oh dear.
Well, as Professor Neller just said before you guys got here, the faculty is against us splitting up teams, apparently.
We can take other students.
No, you
from
can't.
Other teams. That will not be a liability. Yes, we can.
No, you cannot. It is expressly forbidden.
That's not for you to decide.
It is absolutely for me to decide.
But it isn't, though, Professor.
Oh, really?
Really?
Are you disobeying a direct order?
Yes, I am.
Shit.
Because I am highly
You
against some
have
people.
failed to integrate and deal with your teammates. And you think that as a result of your utter and total failure to meet grounds with Cecilia and Val, that somehow gives you authority.
For
Get a
Val,
load of yourself.
For Val, they are avert to Aether. We would not like to bring him. At all.
Val is your team member.
I understand.
Even within your own team, you hold no power. That would be Tel'Kahras.
Right.
Yes. But this expedition isn't just, our everyday mission, is it?
I see what this is. Is this another one of these secrets that you're keeping? Sneaking off. Talking to spirits with Tel'Kahras. Do you think Tel'Kahras doesn't speak to us? Do you think that he doesn't accept that the other staff members in the faculty are part of his team and that we share in his interests? You think that purely because you're seers, you can exert some level of control, that you're entitled to more, that you don't need to work as a team and be open? Is that what this is? You think you're special?
That's not what it is.
That is exactly what this is, Enora. You have been caught lying to staff on numerous occasions. Now we are asking you, despite the slights, to be a part of this project and exercise. Is that understood?
Enora, if I need to answer for you as your team leader, then I'll do so. But let me stress that if Team Lumen is unable to go because of disdain held between our teammates alongside potential failures of our teammates with Fae, well, then we're not worthy, but we're down 2 seers, aren't we? So, we either, as it stands, deal with the hand that is dealt, which is taking Val and Cecilia. Of course, I have my doubts too, but as your team leader, I need to ensure we do the best job that we can. Val has military discipline. Despite his appearance and said downsides regarding this mission, it has been stressed that it is important that he does go. Cecilia, well, you're well aware of how I feel about her, but she is now a team member, and her skills could still prove useful. In a past mission, she still did everything to the letter, despite her disdain, so I can assure you she'll do it again. My part is said. I will either make the decision or you'll state yours now.
I would rather state again that I would rather not put this at risk. And that is my opinion.
I
would
remember
like to
recalling with pride. Do go on, Chancellor.
I would like to state that all I have ever asked of you is to work together as teams. I've never asked you to be friends with each other, or even like each other. I don't care what kind of inner politics you may be having. Either all of Lumen goes, or none of it go. Either all of a team go, or none of them go. You
So
are
you're willing
either
to
a
put your
team
family
or you
under
are
compromise?
not.
Who is putting the island under compromise right now? Was it Val and Cecilia who have followed every order to the letter, albeit it begrudgingly in Cecilia's case? Or is it the obstinate upstart seer who is talking back to their extreme superior? Do you think Acteris found it easy when he had to work with people from Palvendor? Do you think I don't see the pain in his eyes that we have to talk and get on and speak to each other? Do you think he found it easy when he had to deal with that dignitary from afar, knowing that his own lands were being overrun by his kinsmen? Yet he struggled. He managed. Because that is what strength is. It is knowing that unity is more important than your petty fucking grievances. Testing the wind, Zuko.
No. I have respect, so I raise my hand waiting for you to finish.
My apologies, I shouldn't have snapped at you. Do go on.
While I do understand what you're saying, Professor, I have the feeling that the issue that they are presenting is not about inner conflict, but rather trying to not anger the Fae as much as possible.
And what quarry does the Fae have with Cecilia? For what I know,
Cecilia,
Cecilia's
I don't
got
know.
nothing to do with them. I understand Val, perhaps, the Aetherteganor, but still, he has useful skills. You're dismissing one of your team members for petty reasons. So please,
The Fae
give me a proper reason why you cannot take Cecilia.
are mind-controlled by Kerno's own admission. This is not usual parfait. You are not going round for dinner and stealing away with an extra cup of sugar. This is a military stealth operation. You do not need to be friends with them. You need to make it seem like you were never there. And you know what? When the goddess, who is in so much pain that it is cursing the very land we stand upon, is released, I do not think they will mind who did it. In fact, I dare say they can look past a couple of metal arms.
I, for one, would feel a lot safer knowing that we had Cecilia's support magic.
Right.
I don't mind Cecilia going.
Oh, so now you
I'm
don't
worried
mind.
about Val's. I don't mind. I've never had a problem with Cecilia.
That was Anura's words.
So Anura speaks to all three of you, sis, does she?
No.
Alright. It's decided that every team is going, right?
Very good.
The three of us are.
And professors are
Every team
also
member, yeah.
planning to come along. Do you believe that there should be someone else? Or is it okay to just have the
Zuku, why do we have Zuku? I don't mean to. I'm sorry. Everybody's hot-blooded right now, obviously. Why do we have squads, guys? If, you know... I get it, okay? I get it. You don't know how a military works, and that's what we're basing this all on. And I get it if you're angry at someone. Guess what? Iveen? We were not on the best terms for a long time. Neither was him and Kiki or Ventus with Terra. And you know what? We stuck through that and we worked together. That's why we have the squad, to survive, not to get along. And I think the bottom line of this is as simple as what Nella has said, what the Chancellor has said. All the team goes, or none of it does, because even if I didn't like Iveen anymore, I can trust him as far as I know I can throw him. I know where he's going to go. I know what he's likely to do. I know what to keep an eye out for. I don't know you, Honora, and if you were to replace him, I wouldn't feel comfortable with it the way I would with Iveen.
Excellent point, Jackson.
All right.
And That's all I have to say. And I would like that to be the last time we go in this circle.
Yes. To bring it to its conclusion, I ask a final question which dictates whether this team will or will not go on this mission. Anura and Kingsley, I will be bringing Cecilia and Val. There is no other option if we do go on this mission. Will you be able to function with them as part of the team as we go out to deal with this issue, to put it lightly? If you are not, yes? Kingsley?
Cecilia, I'm fine with. Val, I'm not.
You cannot function if Val is present on the mission.
I don't know, because I don't know how I'm going to react.
Very well.
him.
Then, I say you will be able to handle it fine. Quite frankly, we will perhaps be under assault by the Fae regardless, so in that case, Val's military expertise will assist. You're free to take this up with me later. Then, in that case, if Anura has agreed begrudgingly, and if I have decided for Kingsley, then Lumen is fine to go. And that's that.
I'm glad to hear it.
Very well.
In that case, Lumen, Terra, Umbra, thank you very kindly for your leadership and diligence. We leave at first night. Have a very pleasant evening's rest.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good luck out there.
Have a good rest.
I need to go back to my...
I should collect my team. I don't think we'll be able to take watch tonight, considering we should probably rest up for tomorrow.
Yeah. I'd volunteered Solaris. I'll check in with him now. I know Ivan's a bit past his, bedtime. Okay, Captain.
Feels like that.
Right.
I know, I'm sorry. I was kidding.
Well, Ivan, did you have anything to say? No?
Not at all. Have a good night, you
It's
two.
lovely, did it?
Come on, Captain. Come on, Ivan.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
outside the gates, Kerno told us, have they broken your spirits already? Sure. Look at it. I told him no. Guess I lied. Ugh, I'm sick and tired of that man talking about something that he doesn't understand.
I know, Anura.
Kingsley's dealt with spirits his entire life. I dealt with spirits and Fae my entire childhood. In fact, it was pretty important as to who I used to... And I'm sick and tired. Ugh.
Well,
Can't do it
Are
anymore.
we interrupting?
This is- Potentially.
Would you like to continue this discussion in private, or...?
Yes.
We can leave, do not worry.
Very well,
Let's go somewhere else.
of course. Take care, Rowan and Val. Make sure you get rest. You'll be needed in the morning, first thing. We head out.
Of
Right.
course.
Right.
I'll rest up in the Aethertech lab.
Val. Right.
Was Ram able to inform you?
No. Of what?
Bombadil's little powwow.
What was that about, then?
Matters that regard this. Let's not speak about it in the open.
Then I suggest
Yeah,
we
he's
find
had a breakthrough.
Hmm.
That's... Would the basement suffice?
In the basement of secrets, it's so called by Cecilia now, so very well.
Val is going to be a liability, and I do not want him to come.
I understand, and there is
So
nothing I can
silly.
do. From my consideration, without you two, the mission will be a failure. However, if Cecilia and Val are not able or permitted to come, then it is the Professor's best interest to not allow any of Lumen to go. So therefore, the compromise...
It's going to be a problem after as well. It's not just about just him being a liability in the mission itself. He's entirely untrustworthy.
Let's get off the road.
I understand.
Alvin, oh fuck.
As far as I know, your feelings towards Val sure are due to his lineage and region he comes from, but also his
Not
actions.
entirely.
Yes. So, therefore, I must ask, this decision is entirely from his actions, yes? Your feelings towards him?
Yes,
Madari,
this is a private matter, Cecilia.
if you're going to do something...
For you two to have a conversation then.
Yes, I do apologize, Cecilia. If I may give some advice for maybe some time. Make sure you get plenty of rest. We leave first thing in the morning for the mission. Prepare yourself with whatever you need.
I understand. On topic of role, seeing how needlessly complicated and how... I don't know why they just are trying to dissuade us from becoming healers, but I suppose I'll be taking a offensive role.
Very well. Understood.
Until they change the curriculum for healers, I will refuse to take part in it.
Got it. Oh. Hello? I guess I... Oh, there you are. Right. There is another matter I need to discuss.
Both me and Kingsley have had a...
Yes.
Alright, no. You... Sure, if it's so urgent, go on.
Right.
The decision has been made. I can
Is
argue
it-
my point all I want.
Yes, as a finality to tonight's antics, this is regarding the Rifts and Rift Beasts. We are all to be assigned roles according to a curriculum that we will then be trained in to deal with individual types of Rift Beasts suitable for said roles. Now,
Of course.
allow me to calm down. Apologies, I'm still heated. Now. The roles as follows will be, well, dedicated training in which you will learn how to fulfill that role best with respective professors. Additionally, you'll be given information on how to deal with an individual type of Rift Beast for each role that you're then expected to share with your teammates for us all to learn together. Now, as second in command, you are expected to learn all of the Rift Beasts and their weaknesses and how to combat them. The same goes for myself as leader of the team, with priority on myself. Kingsley. Is Kingsley alright
Hello.
to listen?
Yes, he is.
Cecilia told me you were down here.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you wish
Good.
to?
I don't trust Val. I don't mind being around him. He's fine.
No, he's not.
When we're not in a situation where it doesn't just affect them, but it affects us harder.
I understand.
I want to point out,
Yes.
you didn't see what he acted like when he found out I was a seer. He said, I look forward to learning more about this. And it wasn't just a normal smile that he normally would give.
Oh,
Gave
you've
a-
seen the creepy little smile too? His little
Yes.
fucking psycho face. Right.
He has bad intentions. I know he does.
Right.
That's why I don't want to work with him, and that's why I don't know how I'm going to react.
I understand.
I care for this very deeply.
Having him on
Because
this
this
mission
is
is an entire
underneath.
liability.
Because I know that we're meant to work as a team. I'm perfectly fine with working with him as a team. But on this situation, I cannot work with him because I do not don't know how I'm going to react. This is something I care for very, very deeply. And I would rather not have anything bad happen.
All right. Well, you know, as leader, I'm starting to have regrets, but the less said about that, the better right now. I have made the decision because I believed it was what was best. Perhaps at the time, perhaps I'll be proven wrong. Perhaps now I'm having doubts myself based on the information you have divulged. However, I did not know this at the time. What I will, however, pitch forward to you is this mission. If Val was not able to go, the entirety of Team Lumen would not be. The Academy would make sure of that. All of the professors in the council.
But why?
Good, because they've just fucked themselves over, basically.
Yes,
Regardless of what they pick. Because if you didn't know, Kurdo requested the Seers to be there. And would you look at that? 2 of them are on Lumen.
I understand.
So regardless, I would have to go, and so would Adora.
You know, I'm
sick and tired. I'm so sick of this. Trust me, I don't get angry a lot. But this has made... I'm seething with anger.
No.
Kurdo told us to tell our voices, and what happened? They got drowned out because everybody started agreeing with the fucking professors. Acted like they're right in everything they've done. They are clearly not.
Then this is their time to be wrong.
The only one who's bothered helping us. The only one who's bothered to help us is Tel'Kahras, and I don't give a flying fuck. He's told the other professors, but I actually trust. I actually trust him enough to actually tell him about this stuff.
Look, Kingsley. In the words I understand very, very well. This is not a case of disdain, hate, or ability to get along with. I understand that. Some of the professors perhaps do not. Now, what I do understand is your solid belief that Val will be a liability. Now, I am inclined to agree with you. However, the only choice that we were left with, because I can damn well assure you, we do not have the power to make those decisions yet. We are merely guided into making the decisions they want us to tell. And we would have gone round in the same damned circle until the professors had decided that they had had enough and simply forced me to comply with their demands as your team leader. And so I sped it along.
What's the point of guiding us then? That's what I don't understand. What's the point of guiding us?
I know.
What's the point of the team leaders if they're just going to take over and just choose everything for us? That's what I don't understand. Why? This is why we don't have a voice anymore. None of us have a voice.
Then this is something I need to discuss with the other leaders in detail. And, to follow, no matter what comes of it, if this mission is purely successful and Val is proven to not be a liability, which, trust me, from what you've described, he will, then they will have been proven right in this
If
case,
not
which
during,
grants
he
them
will
more
be
power.
after.
Right. Now, I will need you to describe this once I'm done ranting. Now, to continue, if this mission does not go correctly, there is much at stake. If Val compromises the mission, or causes the deaths, or bodily injuries, or complications within the mission, well, I don't know, let's just say we lose 3 students. Yes, sure, perhaps that's a possibility if Val does aggravate the Fae that are already apparently controlled by mental magic. Further, if that does happen, then the professors are proven wrong by what you have stated, and you have stood strong by your opinions. And I have been shown as your leader to defy their wrong input. And that's all there is to it. Now, trust me, if it were just us, I would be sat here agreeing with you. If for some reason it was just our team to deal with the problem at hand and we wanted to go and suicide, then I suppose I'd happily do it with the two of you. And of course Rowan, if he'd like to come along on a suicide mission. But as a team, we do not hold all the sway. And if we did not go...
I know.
You see my point?
But I'm angered the fact that the professors, they don't listen to us, even when we tell them there are warnings. Even when we tell them that there is a certain person we don't want a part of the team, just for this mission alone. What's the fucking point? We're gonna have to... I know, in fact, when we graduate here, we're gonna have to go learn how to, team up with people that we've never met before and probably mix mash. But I don't know why they're not even trying with that.
The reason we came here was to kill rift beasts. These are not rift beasts. This is an entirely different beast. It requires an entirely different set of circumstances and skills.
And I want to point out something that I told Tel'Kahras this morning. When this all happened, when I told you to leave, this is something very dear to me.
Right.
This is a child of Mother Gaia. Somebody who I worship, and I will do anything for. I may be able to hold back, but I don't know if Cheems will. And I don't know. And in my code, I protect at all costs, even if it costs me my life. So if anything happens, I might be put against you guys.
Very well. In the event that, let's say, I don't know, someone does kill a Fae, right? By all accounts, we are not doing this because if that does happen, I can't say what grisly fate will await us all at the end of this. But if by any chance that does happen, or harm outside of perhaps a knockout, if required, falls upon the Fae present there, even as they slash away at us and attack us against their own wills. If that does happen, and if Cheems is let loose alongside yourself, of course, on us, well, I want you very strongly to consider, and I know Cheems is listening too, he does. The one who dealt that blow was not everyone present. I can't believe I'm saying this. Curse my words, but if Val is responsible for the death or harm of a Fae, and if you are not able to control yourself or Cheems, and you put Val out of commission, then that was the cost of our professor's decision. I'm not condoning his death, I am simply admitting to the fact that if
the problem is that Tel'Kahras said that he would not let that happen. So even if that did, he said that he would try his hardest to make sure that didn't happen.
Well, if
but I do not know if I would even attack.
If anything were to happen, sure, you guys might face consequences too. But, we might face worse.
You don't know what... We see things, of course we see things, but we, personally, we've been seeing this issue unraveling. You don't have to deal with that. We do!
Yes.
Why do people who think that they have complete control over us get to make that choice for us? Because frankly, I would rather just walk out that gate right now and go there myself.
And what would that achieve, Kingsley?
That's the thing, I don't know.
It wouldn't achieve anything. The reason we're doing this in this way was because this is the only way to do it. It's the only way they feel to do it who control our resources. And, of course, all the students here. So therefore, we don't have a choice to it. I very, very much would like to understand how both of you feel, and I believe I'm getting a very strong sense of that from your reactions to this. I am your leader, so, if I may suggest, please involve me incredibly intricately in your struggles. I may not be a seer. I'll never have that power, but I can do my absolute best to emphasize and understand your struggles and do what I can within my own power to assist. Alright? So if you are going to silently struggle or struggle with each other, then you can very damn well at least go throw your team leader in with you to suffer. I might not feel it the same way you do, but I do have my own responsibilities, and it happens to be this damn team, even if it'll be the death of me. So, there's that. Are we in agreement?
Sure.
All right. And Kingsley?
What?
Are we in agreement?
Yeah. Got no other choice, have I?
You do. You cannot tell me.
No. I'd rather. Because then you have to hear the old stuff we deal with.
Then that's your choice. Right. Well. With this said... I suggest you prepare yourselves the best you can for tomorrow, in whatever ways you see fit. There's no more advice I can give or anything I can say because, quite frankly, you're my superiors in a situation, but it isn't recognized like this here. I'll take your guidance very seriously, including keeping a rein on Val and Cecilia, since they will listen to order. And if they do not, well, I guess that's my failure, isn't it?
If Al steps out of line, I'm not going to hold back. There is a huge possible chance I could kill any of them. Genuinely. I need to go and get some air.
Right.
Biggest liability on the school and is going.
Yes.
I should also probably inform you from earlier with Bombadil.
Yes, you should.
He's managed to make a potion that is quite remarkable in its capabilities of healing. Apparently Nella shot him twice in the chest, and with the potion, it was like nothing ever happened.
Wait, this is
I
good
didn't
news,
see it
surely.
for myself. Yes, but he is using the essence of the fae. Which is why I waited for Kingsley to leave.
Right.
I fear that our professors may have a double agenda.
And what can we do about it, Amura? Suggest to them that they do not?
I don't know.
Persuade them? What can I do?
Clearly they don't listen to reason. Nothing. Bombadil wanted me to inform you.
Right.
And for you to make your own conclusion. And to not spread it around. I suppose.
Understood, because if I spread it around, everyone would tell him it's a bad idea.
Or Kingsley would pummel him to death.
Right. You know, Anura, I ask this as I'm not someone attuned with the Fae. What is the difference between using the carcass of a man from Palvendor and using a Fae for the same potion? What's the moral weight?
What?
What's the difference, the moral weight? Someone you hate or Fae, or what is the difference, or is it personal grievances? I understand the value of the Fae.
It's not just personal grievance. Using a dead carcass is not the same as using a living being. Not just a living being, but a Fae. Very different.
Right.
A creature beyond this realm.
Well, would you say the same about entrapping a spirit to use, you know, a fetish?
Fetishes can be created consensually.
And those that are not? How do you feel about those?
I do not agree with them.
Understood.
It's
Then your opinion...
gross.
Then your opinion is completely valid.
Would you like to be put into a little locker? I don't think so.
Of course not. I believe... the issue is, Anura, is that some, if not all of these professors, are at their wits' end. They have tried everything, I'm sure, which is why they're here teaching a bunch of... Well,
I understand that we have desperate means to fix this planet, to fix this world. But is destroying to fix it really the right idea?
Is there any other way
Look at the island.
I know, and that's not even their doing. Apparently it's the doing of some mysterious individual who has subdued a goddess. Isn't that lovely? I wonder how we're going to deal with that. It's all a bit out of our league, isn't it? Yet, here we are. Anura.
I came here to study rifts. We've not even been near any of them. We've had one encounter, and now we'll be doing lessons, I suppose, but... This is not why I came here. I didn't come here to fight with some Palvendor who has absolutely no idea of what he speaks of. Some... also lying to the establishment. I'm very curious what these lies may be. I remember lying to him once. And that was under direct jurisdiction of Professor Tel'Kahras himself.
Well, perhaps he is quite the man to hold grudges and use them to assassinate one's character. Gave his argument more weight, didn't it?
He looks it.
You could be listening to us right now, for all we know.
You can hear me.
Well. Regardless, Anura, I understand you want to study the rifts, and that time will come. But we are quite literally a desperate measure. Of course, my reasoning for being here originally is, well, didn't really see a downside in it. Now I feel like a fool, yet I'm so embroiled in it, I may as well continue. Now, the question is, are you going to be able to study the rifts anywhere else? Are you going to be able to achieve your goals, your dreams, your aspirations anywhere else in all of Astrea? Or is this your only option? If you believe you can go out by yourself to a rift and not die there quickly, well, be my guest. You could probably leave out the gate now, and as long as you don't tread down where the Fae are telling you, you will probably be alright. Or, of course, you could leave this place to suffer if you want to go against the will of the professors, which I know you don't. But then there's a boat which will lead you out of here, which will perhaps lead you somewhere closer to an active rift as it stands. There's multiple ways to achieve what you're looking for, but I'm afraid, as far as I'm concerned, dealing with the frivolous exploits of a group of upstart professors who've made something in their lives enough to teach us, well, I guess there's worse ways that your day could go, right? Worse ways to pursue your dreams. Precisely. You know, if anything, I'm glad that despite my heated direction towards you and Kingsley earlier, you both came and spoke to me about the outrage that you felt. And I understand that perhaps a small part of it was directed towards me, but I believe there was also an understanding there that, as your friend, I'm not your leader. I'm your leader when the time calls for it, and I have to make decisions that I can't make as your friend. So, if that was the case and you did understand that, thank you. Because I feel that at least one individual very strongly, upstairs or perhaps over in the castle now, will never understand that.
She's probably already in the castle.
Yes. Oh.
I doubt she would like to spend any time with us at all.
No, but we'll have to make her someday.
A big one would be nice.
And I'm afraid you'll have to give me a hand with that.
Potentially.
After all, you are my second in command.
Get her to leave in 3 months?
I mean, the best situation would be they brought someone else in.
True. But then again, maybe they're worse.
Look,
Yeah. At least it's not Avi.
I would have taken Avi over her, to be honest. I understand you.
To be honest?
To be honest, yes, I would have. As a personal decision.
At least Stella, Cecilia, can follow an order when it's given. Begrudgingly.
For emphasis, a good dog can be brought to heel. So can a bad one. The methods you use are just different, surely.
Sure.
Avi's already learnt from his mistakes to an extent, I believe. If he hasn't, well, I guess not being given an invitation to the team he clearly showed interest in joining, for one reason or another, is another
That might
lesson
have
for
hurt.
him. Yes. Roan?
Hello.
Hello.
Are you alright?
Yes, I'm just sitting down, relaxing. Wasn't sure if there's any more plans we had tonight, or if we needed to discuss anything else.
Well, after a rather lengthy discussion with some of the finer points of our plan, I'm happy to say that you just need to get some good rest and be ready to cooperate with us in the best way you can tomorrow morning, first thing. Now, if I could give some pointers if you'd like to note them. Well,
of course.
To start, I'm sure you already know this, but follow every order given exactly. Do not go against it under any form. Do not move away from the group and ensure you stay close. Formation is important. Incredibly important, in fact, this time round. Additionally, I would like you to keep an eye out for me as our newest member on Val during the mission. I won't always be able to keep my eyes on him, and we have a small concern, more due to his nature more than anything. Of course. And I'd like you to keep an eye out on him and make sure that he doesn't step out of line or do anything strange. And if he does, then immediately yell to us, and we will deal with the situation. Could you do that for me?
We are not to kill under any circumstances.
Yes.
Understood.
And finally, you'll need a strong will for the mission ahead. The Fae, as we have been informed, are known to manipulate the mind and try to bargain and place tricks onto an individual. In Professor Nella's words, you could perhaps expect a crying child in the distance or a long-lost loved one to appear. You do not stray from the path. Everything you see, aside from your own team members, in front of you and in the perfect formation, keeping to the plan, is reality. Anything else, illusion.
Right.
He's not entirely wrong, but it's quite a crude way to view it.
Well, I guess a crude way is the only real thing we can put across this evening before we go to our destined...
A crude way is the only way he knows.
Alright. I can't argue. Not with what I know. Well, regardless, it's been quite the eventful evening. Honora, did I finish my speech about the 4 roles to you? Right.
No.
Then, here we are again, Ron. You'll need to decide by the end of the tonight, so, realistically, not long from now, what role you feel you fit in within the team when it comes to dealing with Rift Beasts. This is for Rift Beasts exclusively.
Probably ranged.
Tactics. Yes, agreed. Now, there's offense, defense, ranged, and healing. We have
ranged,
every rotation.
yes.
But
I don't think that's... Val didn't take ranged.
No, he took offense. Same with Cecilia, despite a mention of healing perhaps being suited for her, but she argued, saying the curriculum is not appropriate. Well, yes, she is one of our 2 team members capable.
She was also talking to me about maybe going defense.
Oh, so she has thought about offense and defense and is on the line
and not healing.
Not healing, no.
Well, there we start.
Yes.
And my point still stands.
Of course. Well, anyways. Rowan, today's been quite eventful, but I hope you found some
very
solace
busy
in joining the team, and I hope you've at least found something to enjoy about it today.
Yes. I do apologize. Some of us have not been in the highest spirits.
Well,
we're not usually like this.
I can kind of piece together why. Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll retire for the night then. I just wanted to
have a good night.
Come in and make sure.
Of course.
Alright. Have a good night, you two.
Yourself too.
Don't stay up too late. I left my mace on the table.
Ah, yes, I'll see to it if I can. I don't have the inscription, sadly, so you might have to wait. I do apologize.
I can likely help you with that tomorrow as well.
Yes.
Okay, no, that'd be great then. Thank you. Either way.
No.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, No. I did want to show you something, but I'm genuinely concerned about wasting my mana before we head out in the morning. I'm not sure if it'll recover in time. You see, I've been speaking for a while about progressing in my own way, and I'd realized I'd had a complete lack in my spellcasting ability and development. I haven't had the chance to speak with Professor Tel'Kahras, which I fully well intended to do today until everything went to...
Everything.
Shit. So,
yes.
Hi.
Hi, Kingsley.
Professor Tel'Kahras will probably have those rune papers to you or something. He mentioned something about runes. So.
Actually, is he still around? I'll go collect them off him if I can.
I believe he went. I don't know if he's coming over, but I believe he just went into the teacher's dorm. So.
I'll see if I can't get in there. No. Well, I guess I'll have to grab them off him in the morning and take a look as we travel. Great. Well.
Yes, you go on.
Yes, I had been studying for my own self-development, and for once I decided to go against my better nature of trying to sleep and instead use my lack of ability to get a good night's rest to instead do something more productive in the evening. So I found some rocks to sit down on, reminisced about old times, and channeled a memory. And it turned out that memories have been a strong signifier for myself for finally achieving something with my mana. In the words of Professor Nella to me in a small conversation, he said to expel when I felt the moment was right to push in reaction to something. And so I did so to a memory. And, well, I suppose it won't hurt to try. Again, it's messy. It doesn't achieve anything. It's just a construct, but I'm proud to channel at least an image of my own. I just have to imagine the heat of the Drozan sun once more. And feel it course through me, burning my palms, scorching my skin. But it's not real. Just a wavering ball of sunshine, of light. What? Someone yell something?
I think that was Murdash. You're right.
Fine, just... It was a little easier to hold when I was concentrated and there was silence outside. A yelling Murdash might be enough to throw me off. Regardless, it's not like I should hold it for long.
No, impressive. That's very good.
Every moment I seem to channel my mana in that way, it drains me so heavily, it's not normal. It's like I'm just forcing it all out, trying to kill myself.
It might be good to try and get a limit on that.
Yes.
Try and train a cap, as to say. Getting a feeling for it is difficult, but you'll get hang of it in no time.
Right. I just want something to be my own rather than instinct, you know?
I completely understand.
You know, we've been having conversations with Tel'Kahras quite often. I must ask. I'm sure he's been teaching you a fair bit of magic. How is his tutelage? Would you recommend him? I understand the domain of light is not precisely something that falls under him, but perhaps just for general guidance.
I've gone to Tel'Kahras for tutoring once or twice, yes. I would agree that his tutoring is very good.
And your discussions about spirits with him, I trust those have taken up significantly more time.
Significantly.
I see. And has it proved beneficial for you?
Yes.
Good.
It has. There was a time I spoke to Nala as well regarding it, although I didn't tell him that it was. But I don't think that's a good route at all.
I can't blame you for thinking that. If I may say so, based on your suspicions of Val alongside Kingsley's, I'm sure you can't hear me is overworking in a lab on something or another as usual.
Probably.
He's a fair bit like Professor Nella.
Little too much, yes. From the little I've seen of Professor Nella, and what I've seen of him. But I would say that I'm not sure if I have to, but I the thing that I sought out to get tutored by, I guess, by Professor Nella is I can see mana signatures from a fair distance. I don't remember if I did.
I think you'd mentioned briefly before.
It's akin to... It's akin to, like, scrying and stuff. It was something I wanted to go further into, but as he mentioned, that is something that he teaches. But I'm no longer certain if that is... So I'm just going to have to figure it out on my own.
Well, we can learn good things from bad people.
True.
As long as you don't let them influence you. Which brings me to a request, Inura, as my second in command. I would kindly ask that you don't let Professor Nella or Val influence me too much. You see, I understand you and Kingsley have strong feelings about several matters, yet for myself, there are many things I don't understand yet. And whilst I do my best through you, I must also do through other sources too. And therefore, as someone who I believe can effectively work as my moral compass, aside from a few areas, of course, I do understand we all get up to our own devious tricks, but I hope you'll be able to rein me in from ever going too far by listening to someone's foolish idea.
If you start speaking like them, I'll be sure to punch you.
Good. I'll remember that. Well.
Maybe a little sap.
Zap would be good. Probably wake me up. Actually, why haven't we tried that? Whenever
Maybe.
I'm tired.
Oh shit! Actually, yeah, why haven't we?
Because it would hurt.
It would, yes. But it might wake you.
Perhaps. Alright, I give you permission tomorrow if I seem very much out of it, although I do need to go grab a stamina potion, so I'll do that tonight. I did get permission as well. Unlike last time.
I did, good.
Yes, I asked the Chancellor straight
Might
to
not want
his
to drink
face.
it before you sleep, though.
Oh no, of course not. I'll be having it on my person ready for the mission in case I do not rest well.
Alright.
And, well, I suppose that's it. All that's left to do is rest. There is no plan aside from going in and being as quick as possible.
Yeah.
If it was the boy from Solaris in me, I'd say we're all going to die, but... well, can't be on Team Lumen without showing some sort of light, so I'll do that for optimism.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, I'll be retiring for the night after a small stroll, so I suggest you get some rest as well, not that I need to tell you.
I'm going to check if there's more people outside, and then I'm out.
Alright. Fun company, depending on who you are, I suppose.
Yeah, that's quite nice.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Good night, Anura.
We do have some that end up having to drop because of other reasons. We might still have to fill, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see.
I will say, if possible, if there is someone
Hell of a day, Tel'Kahras. Hell of a day. That night. And I suppose tomorrow will be a hell of a day too. One in which we might all die. Great. It's strange, you know. Perhaps I'm just talking to myself, but it doesn't matter, does it? I need to vent this out to the open after all. My team, despite their differences, are all of strong opinions. And to some degree, perhaps they think it gives them power. Perhaps it shouldn't, or perhaps it should. Depending on who you ask, you might get a different answer. But I did vow I'd never rule with an iron fist, nor do I think I'd be capable of doing so. So, I guess my job is to burden their pains and struggles and do what I can. Ugh. Perhaps it's good to understand one's enemy. This is where I rested before. Yet now, it's different. Corrupted, broken. A malign stigma, perhaps. And this, forces capable of doing this are what we're up against. No plan. Nothing. Well, I dare say I am terrified. But there's a thrill in that terror, isn't there, Tel'Kahras? The unknown. I wonder if you're like this. Whatever you are. The only thing that stood by me. Yet I seem to be suffering. My mana signature's much like this land. Corrupt. Distraught. Like something else wrestling to take control. To kill. It's thrilling. least there's something I can do. I wouldn't be stupid enough to sleep in the field of my enemy. Just thought it would be good to speak to you. Whatever you are. I need to keep myself in check. Or else I fear one day I might be just like you. Although I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to have the power to contain a god. Bend it to your will. It is quite the aspiration. Isn't it? And we're going to go ahead and end the session there. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. So, what a session, am I right? Yo, I'm so glowy at night. Awesome. Well, I'm going to go teleport back to the free lobby and get the usual setup. I don't think anyone can hear me over here, so we're all good. Not interrupting anything. Fingers crossed. Away we go.
That's a lot of work, That's a big time.
I'm the one who had to tell a few of your students that they're actually
so much better because you get
I
love this. That's awesome.
Settle down.
Hey. What a session. I've got to say bye to my stream.
Okay.
Damn, fuck.
Oh god, we're smiling still. Whoops. That entire time. Oh well, that's fine. Smiling monologue, as you do. God, that's weird. Oh. And let's go ahead and set ourselves over to the intro Q&A. Yeah, that was a hell of an ambience over there, wasn't it? It's a really cool, spooky area. Okay, I just need to make sure that I look okay on it. Oh yeah, I do. Very dark here, but you know, let's put some music back on as well. Right, so... Ah yes, back to the happy music. Good. Good. Yeah, nighttime, I actually really like being able to finally have my character's missions and stuff work, especially for the new spell thing, which is his learning, meditation training stuff going on. Ooh. I don't think it will come up on camera. Oh yeah, look at that, that's funky. Am I being removed from existence? Who knows? But anyway, yeah, so you've got some new arm runes and all sorts. It's cool. I like it. So, that's his resonance. But anyway, that was what was mentioned in the downtime narration, which I'm going to be playing at the end of this before I finish off the stream for you guys. So, let's go ahead and get on with the Q&A. If you've got any questions about the session or Rosewood in general, or just for me in general, go ahead and throw them in there now in the chat below, and I'll do my best to answer them. I am right saying this session is something, alright. I know, right? A hell of a lot going on, besides the new team members and old team member, which is great. I love it. It's so fun. It's always fun to RP with someone who your character hates, if that makes sense. Like, negative relations in RP is always fun. Following that, what else? yeah, the Fae came on in, told us the situation, told us we've got to go and deal with that problem. Lumen's on there because of, well, having 2 seers, and it just so happens we have the most vocal team members of all time with their feelings on what might disrupt or hurt the Fae. And yeah, hell of a speech by everyone involved there. That was a really awesome part of the session. That gold, loved it. Very cool. Same with the RP that came after and all the scripted stuff and all of that. Didn't get to do any of the learning stuff done with Tel, but again, that's what happens, you know. But yeah, very, very, very fun session indeed. Very serious, and it's good to be back to it too. Hopefully on the stream footage as well, if I might say, there wasn't too much like a collusion or disappearing things going on. It shouldn't be an issue on the stream, but it is for us players at the moment in our headsets, so hopefully that wasn't a thing, so the VOD looks great. Fingers crossed. Is there more skills he's going to learn for offensive or maybe mage armor or something? Yeah, so I've got a few things planned for Tel actually. In terms of spells, so again, the ball summoning spell alongside the motes of light and all of that and the runes on his arms. So the motes of light and the runes on his arms are Tel's resonance. So that's what actually happens whenever he casts a higher level spell, that he's in tune with his affinity. He starts bleeding that out into the world. It's a cool little mechanical thing that was written for having fancy auras on your characters and so on. So I thought that was most fitting. In terms of learning new spells, there's one spell that I've had made for Tel since February, and I just haven't had the time in character to go and learn it, which is what all this is building up to. So that ball that was summoned there is just undistilled mana of the light affinity, basically, with a minor thing coming out from it. It's completely uncontrolled, but it's very pure, and the hope is to refine that into the spell that I believe I've shown earlier in the season during some pre-lobby stuff, but that spell is a big whirling illusory sandstorm, which is nice and cool. So that will be used for distraction mainly and for disruption, which again is very useful for offense in a more versatile way. In terms of armor, Tel'Kahras is probably gonna get a couple of little pieces for maybe his bracer or whatever to add on to the shield. We'll see, because obviously it expands out at the moment. We might have a deployable weapon someday off it, who knows? And additionally, I was thinking of a extra side weapon for Tel'Kahras as well. In terms of spells going forwards, I mean, we already have some more now with the equivalent of an illusory created wall, so I don't want to do the same thing. That was one of my plans beforehand, but not anymore. I'll probably go with something in the vein of what's it called now? Veninum, which is venom or poison magic, which will allow Tel to coat his blade in magical poison and extend the effects of poison and all of that. And I wanted to go with that kind of trickster, versatile skill set kind of build for him, and really just build up all the options so he's a complete wild card in what he could do in any given combat and can fit into loads of different scenes, no matter what they call for. That's the plan at least, so he's very well built in that way. So he's got a point of healthy, got a point in athletics, a couple of weapons, and a fair few spells that he can use alongside potions and potion crafting to aid him further with additional effects. Hey, Daniel, so next episode will be the mission in the forest, right? Yep, first thing is going into the forest and going on that mission, where we all die or live. It's gonna go one way or the other. Or maybe we fail and retreat. You never know. But yeah, forest, next session, next week. Looking forward to it. Trickster skills, huh? How was that skill? Yeah. I mean, I really need to get Tel to learn lockpicking, honestly, as well. That is something you can learn in the academy and be taught, and it might be useful at some point. So, yeah, we'll see. There's so many different things I want to put skill points into. But yeah, for now, I'm focusing on the combat and versatility side, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, great fun. Anyways, thank you very, very much for joining me and watching this session, whether you've been on Twitch or you've been watching over on VOD. If you've got any questions on my YouTube channel, go ahead and just leave them in the comments, and I usually answer anyway when I've got the time. Oh god, scared for that. Yeah, thanks. But yeah. Thank you for watching. This has been episode 21, I understand, on the channel. I've been skipping around a fair bit. I've missed a couple, unfortunately. My aim was to actually do every session this season, but that's fell through. But you gotta try. And I want the quality jump up to keep on going. So, yeah, thank you for watching. If you would like to watch me live on Twitch when I do go live, it's at 11 PM GMT +0 or BS2 if it's appropriate for the time zone. I'm from the UK. If you want to convert that to PST, it's 6 PM. Yeah. And there you go. You can find me over at twitch.tv/TomoVR. And if you want to watch me on YouTube, you can also find me over at TomoVR on there. If you just search for Rosewood Season 1 Tel'Kahras or anything of the sort, you will find my playlist there. I should be one of the first ones to come on up. You'll recognise it by the big TomoVR thing, and that's the Season 1 stuff. If you want to watch Season 2, like you're watching right now, well, there's a separate playlist for that, so that's good news for you. Just find it on my channel. Awesome. Okie dokie. We're in 21, so target 26, right? Yeah. I'm trying to get a fair amount of sessions at the very least, and I shouldn't be missing any more going forwards unless there are genuine issues that come up. The last miss was for a very dear issue, so yeah, that won't be happening too often at all, if at all, I think, from now on. So yeah, anyways, thank you very much for watching, and until next time, I'll send you off as usual. Good evening, good night, good afternoon. Hope you have a good morning wherever you are. Bye bye, folks. Been a great session. Oh wait, I can close it on my wrist now. I don't have a goodbye screen, I just have a BRB Rosewood screen, so you're gonna have to deal with that. Sorry, guys. But thank you very much for watching. See you next time.